first costume. Yeah. So it's actually kind of cool because that's like your. Yeah, Iron Man was my first love. But I had an exciting week too, Tony, because I got lucky with another picture with a celebrity. On Saturday night, I ran into Jason Mewes, and I know Red Band knows this guy, but did you see his film that came out in 1994 called Clerks? Yes. So, are you a fan of Jay and Silent Bob? Yeah. Well, it was a beautiful moment. I got the picture with him. I put on Kill Tony again, and he put some other stuff on me. He wants to get funny on me. He's going to be here at the Comedy Store on March 6th to do a show with Kevin Smith. And, I know we always have guests, stand-up comedians on here, but, he was kind of receptive to being on the show. If him and Kevin Smith came on, that would be kind of an interesting combination because they do comedy and films together with you guys. March 6th is a Thursday. But I'm just saying, if they're already come to the club, maybe sometime on the week before, I don't know. I'm just saying, when I talked to him, he was real cool. He was real receptive. He loves the comics. He loves Iron Patriot. So, the picture took off on the internet. People loved it. Red Man retweeted it, and it did even better than the RJ video from Breaking Bad. Yeah. That makes sense. But what are your thoughts on that? Does it have to be a stand-up comedian that comes on as a guest, and there might there be some other types of people? Oh yeah, totally. Any kind of artist that could appeal to the masses. I have an exciting one. I'm going to tell you right now it's coming on because I almost had him today. We have to go do something. I'm just going to say it. In the upcoming weeks, one of my guests on this show is going to be Roddy Piper. He's coming in. He's a buddy of mine, one of the coolest guys ever, one of the smartest dudes you'll ever meet in your entire life. He's a monster. Then he was in WrestleMania 1, and he's been doing basically sold-out arenas since then. He's known as the comedian that knows how to entertain. Like he had a show called Piper's Pit, which was the first time that any wrestler really even had the mic and could do things, talk to millions of people who were so entertained, really changed the game. So really excited to have him on. What made me think about that? Oh yeah, Jason, of course, yes. We would have Jason on the show. That's really cool. Before we bring the guest on, one thing I want to ask you, you mentioned that Tony Clifton is going to come on the show. I was reading about him, and there's such a mystery about him. Who he really is. Do you think he's Bob Sabuda? Because Bob Sabuda's been at this club before. So is that who it is, or do you think who could it be? It's an interesting question, Paige. Yeah, it could be. Who knows who it could be? I would have to guess Bob Sabuda. I'm not positive. Yeah, I want to get that straight with you before he comes. I like to believe in that mystery. I love the Andy comments. I'm wearing my Buddy Hackett jacket that I got on the Christmas show from Jeff Ross. I'm very excited about that. So we're talking about great comedians. While we're also talking about great comedians, why don't we talk about our guest tonight, everybody? It's Kill Tony 33. Are you guys excited or what? Good to hear about our weekend. Now it's time for a new Monday episode. My guests tonight, I'm so excited to have them, and I'll mostly tell you why after they're up here. But another two great friends of mine, comedians that I've done the road with and worked with regularly for a while. Put your hands together for me, everybody. It's Mike Lawrence and Tiffany Haddish. Wow. Oh, yeah. This is the music that Mike and Sanders be quiet. This will not come up to any other song. It's in its rider. Yeah, nothing says like being beat up and called a queer in high school like Jock Jams Volume 5. Y'all ready for this? That's that guy's career. Just the guy was like, y'all ready for this? He was ready for that and nothing else, and has been poor ever since. I bet you can go to Skid Row and there's like a homeless guy who's just like, y'all ready for this? I know I wasn't. Fame is a bitch. Fuck yeah, baby. I'm so happy to have you guys on because you're so different. So much fun. Tiffany, we just did, she was the third on our Texas tour. So we had a lot of fun. Tiffany introduced me to the powers of Pedialyte. Yes, Pedialyte is a powerful substance that can really really help you when you're drinking way too much.
We pretty much freaked out the whole city of Austin. We bought these huge gallons of Pedialytes and just driving around. Somebody was driving around drunk, screaming at people on the streets like, Pedialyte!
Yeah, Pedialyte, are you having problems satisfying your woman? Drink Pedialyte, it'll make your dick bigger or some shit like that. I said I was fucked up.
We meant to say you're a bit digger.
Yeah, I was. I'm already fucked up today. Can I talk to you? Oh, yes, you can. I was watching Red Man's Twitter, and I saw when you joined the tour when it got to Austin. Yeah. And it was one line after another of you singing and dancing. You got a lot of energy. Yeah, when I'm intoxicated, yes. Yeah. I noticed even at the airport on Sunday, you were still dancing. Oh, yeah, I was sober then. It was on. I just wanted to scare white people. That was embarrassing. Just dance in the airport. Let me say this, though. So on the Curtain Club show, I looked at the mic. We turned the microphone down your butt, and a strange sound came out. It wasn't my button that I put it to.
And it wasn't a strange sound. It was familiar.
White shark or queen, what was that? Whose butt was it? First off, it wasn't a butt, it was a vagina, and that was a queen. Or pussy talk. That was bubbling brook. That had some good sound. You like that? Don't play with me. Do you vibrate?
Why does the Iron Patriot sound like Mr. Tasty from Pete and Pete? It just sounds like, I was with you last summer, but now I have to go to make other children happy. It's like a Puerto Rican that wanted to start a pride parade. He found an Iron Man costume and painted it. Wait, do you actually want to hear this queen that you're talking about? Would you guys like to hear this? She did this as a closer. I've heard her say.
It was only because it was requested.
All right, here we go. Wow, that's a weird queen.
Expectations in my ears. Wow.
That's the sound Michael Winslow's gonna make when he dies.
Mike, let me talk real quick before we get this over.
Yeah, I remember you. Iron Patriot first appearance, Dark Avengers, 2009, written by Michael Bendis, drawn by Mike Yaddo.
Yes. I met him down the block a couple months, and he won my heart right away because he knows that I'm the Norman Osborn, a.k.a. Green Goblin. I stole the Iron Man suit, painted it red, white, blue. I tricked America into thinking I was patriotic. That would be a good movie, wouldn't it, Mike? Wow.
Oh, man. Am I too old when my childhood is talking to me and I don't know what to say back to it? Why did Dad leave us again? Why was Papa in the driveway?
Mike, let me say something about your life over recent days. At the age of 16, you started working at a McDonald's in Florida. You learned how to deal with hecklers because people call
This is my guardian angel, by the way. He's supposed to tell me not to commit suicide on Christmas.
You learned how to deal with hecklers. People in the drive-thru were calling for McDonald's. Now, it took me over 10 years to get your first door. Now, what I want to say is, last September, you wrote an article for the Huffington Post, and this article was titled "The 5 Things I Learned from Doing Comedy in New York City, and I Pass Along to Younger Comics." What are those 5 points? Because these comics would love to hear.
Now, first off, your voice sounds like everyone was mean to me in a drive-thru. Like, just the quality of it. I guess I should answer your question, but also give you a McRib. Well, the first, I don't exactly remember, but one of them was about how you should only be bitter about the things you're eligible for. I think that's really important for comics. I mean, I have been skipped by BET Comic View for the past 5 years, despite incredible floppy pussy jokes, and I don't know why. Another was have a life outside of comedy. I have a fiance, and I'm the first person to look like this and say that. That's an achievement. And it's up, right, Jesus? Yeah, you found someone. Yeah.
He does look like Jesus.
Doesn't it?
Jesus' nephew.
Yeah. It's like, why did they stick me to the cross? Because I stole a hacky sack and said Dave Matthews Band's last album was so hard.
You're a special kind of Jesus. Yeah.
Yeah. That was her minute, right?
She only gets 55 seconds. Fuck yeah. So you guys know what we're doing here. Comedians come up and they do a minute apiece of each chapter. Cool. Awesome. You guys ready to get this thing started? That's 33. Two people that I've had so much fun with. Comedians come up. You guys, most of you guys know the deal. You get 60 seconds. At the end of that 60 seconds, you know your time's up because you'll hear the meow of a kitty.
That's just her queefing.
Kitty.
Ouch! Why does it smell like here?
Fuck you. It smells good like chicken, right? Yeah,
You queef like chicken?
You want me to queef in your face? It smells just like KFC. I smelled it on the microphone. I had to follow her closing with a queef. She queefed like, ladies and gentlemen, Tony Hinchcliffe.
I can smell all 12 herbs and spices.
Yes, seasoned to perfection. If you hear the meow of a kitty, that means your time's up. Don't run that sound or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear.
Wow.
Damn, he sounds extra angry tonight.
That just sounds like the MGM lion being put to sleep.
Yeah, shot that. So, let's get into it. We have a bunch of comedians signed up. You guys excited or what? Yeah, I want to see this. The first comedian tonight goes by the name of Antonio Houston, a.k.a. Spirit, it says in print. Double name.
Would you like to meet one? So, all right. Well, hey, how you guys doing tonight? My name's Mad Dog. Spirit's kind of gay. I'm letting you know. He's a little gay ass. Well, he's at a car wash interview, right? This guy, the interviewer, walks up and says, hey, turn around. Let me see. Exactly. So I'm gonna bet the Spirit's mind, bro. Don't turn your gay ass around. You just want to see your ass. Like, come on. This motherfucker turns around and shows his ass. You know what I told him? If mine's a little proper like it's hot, twerk or something, do a Miley Cyrus on it, motherfucker. You're gonna get the job.
Here you go, Antonio Houston, a.k.a. Spirit. Spirit. All right. Now,
Matter of fact, you can quit for one face.
okay.
Performing next week at Fruitvale Station, everybody.
When you said you had a lot of spirits come inside you, is that how you always say that? Like, is that a part of the thing? Like, are we supposed to?
Now, why do the spirits sound like McGruff the crime dog? Yeah. And that's one. I'm sure I'm going to be one of them if I say the wrong thing.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
Been on and off for about 3 years.
How often do you get on stage? What is consistent? Because when a black man say consistent, that might mean once a month. Let's keep it 100. I know these things.
Every day.
Every day you get on stage. That's what you see. Who else is in here? Is it just you by yourself?
I think he's asking you for a date.
I'm not going to no damn San Fernando to Petey's. That's probably his cousin's house.
He's just in the back.
Petey's in the back with a bar of whiskey and
When she pours out for all the spirits and the impersonate. This is for my spirits, y'all. See you at the crossroads. It's the club I'm opening.
how many different spirits?
How did you know that? You see me there. Hey, I'm going to miss everybody. This one's from my Uncle Charles, y'all. Uncle Charles.
I like Gucci. I like that's Gucci right there. That's a Gucci hat. I like it, but it's blocking your eyes and it makes me disconnect. Okay, put it back there. Never mind. That's important. When you said you were nervous, you said you were really nervous. Yeah, I believe that. He's lying. I was trembling.
If you're going to cover your face, have a beard, because Comedy Central will give you a half hour regardless of how you have that.
That is so true. I'm growing my beard right now.
Yes.
Down low.
I'd Zach Alpha Sadness, and they just, it works.
How many, was there any tags or any jokes actually in that, or did you not get to it? Because if there was, I didn't think any besides the actual show. I really didn't get to it.
Look, you want to get your first joke in within the first 10 seconds, because especially all the women in here, we judging if we would fuck you or not, and I can guarantee you we not fucking.
But you haven't had anything like that.
I don't even give you much of these signs. You didn't catch my brain, so that's.
Just think how many times you're going to be texting through the rest of this show and how quickly people get during what we said.
Right.
Except immediately, we have no intention
Right.
of spending it anymore.
Yeah, and if you're gonna wear the hat and cover your eyes and you're talking about spirits, come up there with like a little demonic kind of swag and be like, yeah, my name's Spirit. I don't want you to see my eyes because I will suck up your soul. And I'm like, oh, let me open my pussy up, be sucking out spirits and shit. Like,
I mean, this is you're performing for the original Spirit right here.
Jesus.
The Holy Ghost and the Heavenly Father.
Right there.
He bombed for your sins, you know.
You always chew gum when you're on stage? Whichever one of your spirits told you it's good to chew gum on stage, it was wrong.
I think it was that he smoked too many spirits beforehand. Just wanted to clean the breath.
Spearmint? Mashed it in bubble yum and just some fruit.
No battery.
Yeah, it's watermelon bubble yum because he said it was kind of gay earlier.
We read this one. It's bubble-ish.
Antonio, fun. Heck yeah. You're taking chances. That's fun. That's different what you did. I don't know if it had, I don't know, you know. Hey, rock and roll. Keep rocking it. He's on Twitter. It's big.
Spirit,
What is that?
Spirit.
Spirit AG777 on Twitter. Spirit AG. Spirit AG777.
Hey, remember? No, remember this relationship?
7 chakras, 7 days to make the earth right, Jesus. In 7 days you came back, like.
Is 777 the mark of the East? What's 777?
Thank you, Antonio.
Thank you.
Oh, man. Hell yeah.
You remember the simulation theory technique we were talking about stuff?
Oh, yeah, sevens. Hey, I have just booked a TV show and they paying me $7,777. I thought,
No.
yeah, for 1 hour a word. Ballin', bitch. Damn. Fuck yeah.
That's like dropping a name with like Andrew Jackson, but whatever's on the $7,000 bill.
For those of you that are listening to the podcast and are in the San Fernando Valley, go swing by Petey's and check out Antonio Houston, aka Spirit, sometime. Find the Petey's bar out there. If anybody wants to maybe live in LA and you'd like to spend $77 on gas to go and see him at a place called Petey's.
I just imagine it's like a garage in the Sanford and Son theme is playing the whole time.
Everybody's chewing gum and having a good old time. All right, your next comedian is Jonathan Tumblin.
What up? I live with a 31-year-old white man that likes ratchet bitches. I woke up one morning and he was like slaying this girl in his bedroom, and it woke me up. So I was like, I might as well get some water and warm him up. And I go into the living room. It's like an 8-year-old little girl playing Little Big Planet on TV. Now I had two decisions to make. I could have just, act like I didn't see her and walk back in my room. But then I heard her mom let out a groan that was just. And then the little girl said, "Mommy's crazy." Mama's getting crazy. So like she was talking to me or whatever, and I was gonna go back to my room or whatever. And I was like, "Well, all right, little girl, whoever you are." I pounded her, Just gave her a pound. She was like, "What's that?" I was like, "It's a pound." She's like, "Well, go tell my mom that you pounded me." I was like, "Don't do But then I thought about how many times my roommate cock blocked me. And I was like, yeah, go do it. She never came back. They never came back.
Yeah. Right now, Spirit's thinking to himself, that's me.
That's exactly what I'm doing. Good job.
You know he swallowed his gum right before he got on stage. Not making that same mistake.
Hilarious.
That's good.
Yeah. I got a little confused at one part, and then I guess you brought it back for me, which was I didn't know what the fuck, like I didn't know what was going on with the original thing. Like they just got lost. We were watching. You said Little Big Planet.
Oh, yeah, it's a game on PlayStation.
Yeah, maybe make it more easier getting Mario Brothers or something.
Yeah, because
Unless Sony's paying you, then fucking do it.
right.
Available on PS3 and PS Vita.
PlayStation Media, that'd be great. How do we pull that off? Can we get a sponsorship?
I've done some video games.
Really?
Yeah, I mean Terminator 3, I think, or 2 or something.
Do you remember what you did?
Yeah, I was just like the neighborhood chick that ended up running with the warriors, and I'm like, the wasps are coming! Oh my god, I'm not going down there! That was
Wow.
It's an unlockable character. Skynet is he watching us? Ah, shit.
yes. That was one of my lines. You must have played the game. That was so cute.
Hustler, fuck this shit. We better leave. He said he'll be back.
It's so fun.
I want to go to my grandma's house. Y'all tripping.
That's in the video game?
Yo.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. Are there any more that you remember? These are great.
Let's get her than what the white people are saying while playing it via headset. She's not being homophobic.
For people listening at home, please find videos of Tiffany in this game and tag me in there. I want to see that shit.
Yeah, me too. It's hilarious.
I know somebody that does a hooker in the newest Grand Theft Auto game.
Really?
She's got to sit there and just say whatever she wanted.
I bet you she got paid like a motherfucker. I'll suck your dick for $5, but first, I need you to rub my feet, motherfucker. That's what I would say if I was a hooker. I've been
And then
walking
there's a
on
rubbing feet mini game that you have to do after. I keep pressing X, but all it's doing is touching the toenails. I mean, video games are made by Asians, and foot rubbing is perfected by Asians. We got something here.
Yeah, let's do this.
Yeah.
Let's get a Vietnamese girl to be like, I rub your feet. And then I rub your cod.
What did
Mario brother, he got a bigger dick. He saved a princess.
I love it.
What is Little Big Planet? You were actually playing that?
I wasn't there. This little girl was like, that's her, I guess, waiting room. Destroyed.
It's a fun game.
Yeah, you build a planet, build a whole, like, your own video game.
Yeah, and why was her mom getting destroyed?
She's up to
With your roommate, right? So you live with a 31-year-old white dude? What does he think these girls on Plenty of Fish?
That's what you gotta understand when you say 31-year-old white man and an 8-year-old girl, everyone looks at me. It's the worst. So,
That's pretty sad, man. Like, you bring your brother and your sister.
At least you're not leaving her at home alone. That's even worse.
yeah.
You're out hearing the sounds of love.
She knows what she's gonna be doing in 3 years, you know? I think it's
And she knows what it sounds like when doves cry.
The fucked up thing is that she looked at me like I was out of place. Like, she was like, oh, what up, man? Like, playing the game, man.
It seems like that's two jokes, like almost two premises though. Because it seems like the hand pounding thing that should be somewhere completely else than you just like hanging out with this little girl while her mom's
Yeah, she needs to come back with her sister, who's like 20, with no titties, and then just go from there.
There's almost something in the fact that the mom met the guy I'm playing plenty of fish while the little girl's on like playing endless ocean.
20 with
Little Mermaid.
20 with no titties sounds like a coming of age novel that I want to read. Some.
Yeah, well, that's the
writer of
story of my
Recipe.
fucking life. 20 no titties. Please fuck me.
Jennifer Lawrence is 20 with no titties. The world is flat.
You gotta write this.
Development.
Jonathan, that was great, man. You brought it.
Good
Jonathan
job.
Tumblin, everybody. He's J Sherlock T on Twitter at J Sherlock T.
They're realizing how the industry works is they do a set, then we just talk to each other, forget they exist, and then 5 minutes later, oh, you can go home now.
Yeah, there's nothing to win. Nothing to get. Patriot, how you doing over there?
I think he fell asleep. I think that was just him. Instead of waking up. Can you fall asleep standing up? Sometimes I dream.
It's just weird that the microphone's at his dick, so you just think the dick is talking the whole time.
It's got a speaker on the chest mic, and that's where the sound's coming out this way. We found this the best we can for you.
Okay. I knew there was a logical
She
answer.
said.
The Patriot's a professional background extra. He's in the background of most major TV shows and a ton of movies.
I probably worked with him. You know, I used to be a background actress back in the day, in the late 90s, early 2000s. I was actually the very first African-American woman ever to appear on the Hannah Montana show as an extra walking
Hello.
I showed up the first day on time.
And you know what's funny? You say first
How are you?
was the last, I think only is.
I'm ready. Are you ready?
Yeah,
let's do it.
Billy Ray likes something.
I know for a fact, Tiffany, that the Patriot has worked on him.
Yes, I was on.
Well, had a good doctor's visit. I do have a little stuff in my nose. Got a little mucus and swelling and redness. So he gave me a shot of my honey. And I think he gave me some medicine. I'm going to get all my medicine tomorrow. He did tell me about my sciatica and about my back. I didn't know that. The nurse physician didn't tell me everything. She told me about my scoliosis and about my back being curved or whatever. But what she didn't tell me, what she told me is I got arthritis. And he said he then told me to go to a chiropractor. So he suggested me to go to a chiropractor. So I'm going to be looking into that. I got to go to the chiropractor. Don't be nervous about it. They said no need to be nervous about it. He said you're going to be nervous. But once they do it, you'll feel, different or whatnot. And then he said you might have to go back a few weeks or a few months. It just depends on how my body is. So he suggested me to go because he said 5 years from now, I may decide to might be worse. So he wants me to go and do it. And I was like, I know. But he never did no referral. So I called back and talked to the nurse and said, well, I need a referral or something to know where I'm going. So if they don't call me back, the lady said she did call me, and she said she was going to call the referral of the person, the assistant of my doctor is going to call me. If they don't call me by Thursday, I'm going to call back. And yeah.
All right.
But yeah, that's what's going on with me.
All right.
Yeah, so I didn't know I had arthritis. And he was like, yeah, you saw it. So he said, I know. And he said, you was 20. You were a nice, young, beautiful woman. He said, now you claim up to seem like a beautiful woman, so there ain't no need to not go. You need to go so you don't have more problems. So yeah, I got to do it. Rabbi.
All right, Mr. Aquarius.
Yeah, I got to do it. So
Well, that's
I'm
no
nervous about it, but it's going to help me.
exactly. That's no big deal.
It's just the aftermath. Because he said, when they adjust you, like, and you don't feel, I'll be okay. I gotta do something.
Have you ever been to a
I
chiropractor?
had to get my feet. Huh?
Have you ever been to a chiropractor?
No, I haven't. It's my first time.
It's no big deal.
My uncle has, because he got the same thing I got. Almost. So he had. He's gonna give me some more exercises to do too. So yeah, I gotta do this. I'm not gonna get it in the bud.
Yes, ma'am.
Cause I am 43. I don't even have no problem when I'm getting up to age.
Exactly. Oh no.
Have you ever been to a
I've been to a chiropractor, yeah.
How is it?
I like it. They crack your back, it feels good. Nice strike.
Yeah, I was talking about the massage. He said, yeah, that'll work too, but you know, need somebody to adjust you too. I said, okay. He's like, you need an adjustment. You don't need a massage. He said, the massage is good and all, but I need to get adjusted. Then did this, so hopefully it won't be too much of a problem, you know?
Right.
And I hope they don't hurt me, but they won't. They don't know what to do. I don't know if I need to show them something. I don't know. Show them on pictures again, I will. When I was 41, yeah, I was 43, man. So yeah. Too much of a difference. I should be fine, huh, Rabbi?
Yes, ma'am, you're gonna be good as new, as they say.
Oh, look at that. Come on, Rabbi. Let's see. Let's see. Right. All right, good job. Look at that. Look at your ball.
I see it. Coming back. Reload.
Reload. Oh, almost. Yay! Right, wonderful.
There you go. Thank you.
You're welcome. And another one.
And another one. DJ Khaled.
Yeah. So how was your day, Rabbi?
It was a lot of sleep because I was up super late with Riser, and he's supposed to be back tonight, and we're gonna watch a documentary on Michael Jackson, which I'm excited for. And then Zoot came in late last night. My hours are reversed, so it's just one of those
Yeah, because
things.
you know now it's probably like early now for him. Or 2, 3 o'clock, 5, 6. And then when it's daytime, it's afternoon.
That's right.
So it's different.
Get this one, Miss Aquarius.
Nope. Another one. Okay.
Give me this. Woo.
All right, you leading. Okay.
Nice strike. What a comeback.
Thank you. Nope. Okay, where I got it. Finish it.
No doubt.
You win, I win, I win, you win.
That's right, Mr. Squares. You win, I win, I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Friendship, yay!
Good job, Miss Aquarius.
Good job, Rabbi.
Thank you, ma'am. Alrighty, sweet dreams to you, God
So,
willing.
looking at you, so I'm gonna go back in the video.
Hold on.
Go to sleep.
Hold on. We got to do an update for Stacy's wedding.
Yep, 100 days, looking first.
It is 8 days away.
8 days.
Yay is right.
I mean, I'm busy. Weekend next week.
Oh, yeah, you will.
Yeah. I was gonna get my nails green, but now I'm saying that let it be simple and not too much, distracting. So I think I'm doing pink and white nails, like ombre coat type. So I'm gonna do that instead.
There you go.
Yeah, just down, keep it on something. Alright, then I'm gonna finish like on YouTube and I will be here, okay? And go to sleep.
Yes, ma'am. Sweet dreams to you, God willing.
Sweet dreams.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
On one of the last episodes of 2009, so you were bookends. You were at the beginning, I was at the end. Yeah. You want to fuck? Yeah, get it on.
I just want this show to end with us taking the mask off and it's a skeleton invented the whole time.
Kind of like Jeff Peterson on Craig Ferguson. That's so funny. Man, we don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah. He's got a robot on his show. If you watch the show, you see he's got. Oh, he has a robot. It's a skeleton. Oh. But you're not. No, I'm the real deal. Vibrate. Yes, I do all kinds of things.
Can you vibrate right now?
He has a foot fetish.
Bring that pouch over here. I'll put some vibration on it.
My pouch. Motherfucker, I ain't no goddamn kangaroo. This is ass.
She's a visiting Epcot Center. That ain't no fanny pack.
Now, if you want to go down under, who's the next comedian?
She goes by the name of Chelsea Grove.
Oh, come on. Implying it is one thing, playing it is another. We are not beaties.
So, you guys get it for me. I've been in LA 18 months and I've lost 40 pounds. So I've been out here. Thank you. Thank you. Started a new diet. It's called The Struggle. So, what's happening? I actually talked to my mom the other day and I was like, Mom, I'm really looking forward to having kids. And she was like, well, just make sure you're sure because I'm not raising no more children. I was like, Mom, you're not going to help take care of your grandkids? She's like, no, I was in the bedroom enjoying that orgasm. That was all you. You was the one talking about, oh, daddy insurance, do daddy insurance. And I was like, okay, well, Mom, what about to go out of town or travel? She was like, listen, every time you look at that child, you think you want to give it over to me, just remember, that is what a good nut looks like, okay? That's all children are. They're just good nuts, good climaxes. Okay. Well, if you're having a bad day or a bad set like this, just remember to take a pregnancy test. Because when it comes to that negative, your days will look a whole lot brighter. So, that's it.
Chelsea, what was the punchline on the first thing? You're on a diet called.
The diet called The Struggle, like, because that's why I lost weight when I moved out here.
I thought you said strong.
I thought I was talking
I
about
think you should know, because I've been on a diet. It's called pause. But just take a pause and like, the struggle.
Right.
Like, you know, emphasize struggle.
Okay.
That will kill you.
Yeah, it's got to be crystal clear.
Okay.
I mean, because I was thinking, and then you're in the beginning of your next joke, I'm still trying to think of what exactly it was like stroking off.
Do you normally talk that fast? Is that your normal set?
Yeah, no, it's something I have to work on. I normally talk fast just in general, but I know on stage I obviously talk to this.
And just know that never say that you're vomiting. That's our privilege. That's our right. But, I mean, I'm joking, but, like, don't, because you can lose a crowd for 9 minutes in a 10-minute set and still win that. But the second that you tell them you're done, they realize it. So just, if the first joke doesn't go well, that's fine. Maybe we're the assholes, and you'll prove us wrong with the next one. So just, believe yourself.
Always have confidence and believe in yourself. That's important. And,
That regularly taking pregnancy testing sounds like a great friend. I think when you have it right now, it's a friend.
Yeah.
Great. I can't figure out why it's
Just, I mean, like, I don't know. I just figure if you take a pregnancy test and it's negative, that's one thing you have to worry about,
But you can talk about, like, negative as a positive, like,
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
just some kind of play on words or just something. It just was the joke wasn't clear.
I just love your energy. Your energy is on point. That's like what I feed off of when I'm at a show. Because I come to comedy shows, but when I do come to a show, I come to have a good time. And I want the comedian on stage to be having a good time. And it seems like we're having fun. So to me, that's really important.
Thank you.
Well, what was the middle one about?
Just my mom, I was talking to her about having grandkids, or me having kids, and she said, well, don't ever try to bring them over to my house, because I'm not raising more kids. And I was like, well, why? And she said, well, no, you enjoyed that nut, so you enjoy the consequences of that child. So that's,
And that children are beautiful orgasms.
Yeah.
That's not true. I've been pregnant a couple of times and I did not come. And I had to go to Six Flags to get rid of that shit. Because it was like, you wasn't even worth it. Oh my God, I don't even know his name.
Well, that's why they call it the Great Adventure.
Yes.
But, yeah.
Okay.
Chelsea, you rock.
Yeah,
Thank you.
You're going to make it.
Oh, thank you.
She's on Twitter at SeeTheFunnyG.
Did only black people sign up? I feel really good today.
I have a feeling in 5 years we're going to be playing Terminator and hearing her voice.
I know it. Take a pregnancy test. The wasps are coming.
Do you guys remember? Do you guys have any bit that you remember having? Like,
That's a great way to abort someone. Hasta la vista, baby. It wasn't a tumor.
Those should be posters for Planned Parenthood.
It's not twins.
Which is funny too, because I am the spokesperson for Planned Parenthood in Oklahoma City. They got a bus with my face on it and everything. Yes, once you go there enough times, they, make you a spokesperson.
You earned that shit.
That's how you pay them back.
Tiffany, something else that interests me about you is you do some work with the inner city youth.
Yeah.
And it's a program called Chuckles, Not Knuckles. Chuckles instead of Knuckles.
No, Chuckles, not Knuckles. You were right the first time.
Okay. But that's very admirable. Do something like that.
Yeah,
I imagine him looking up information about us. I just imagine him in the suit,
Yeah,
like he's
just
not,
looking at it like,
or going to like an internet cafe, like, how much can I get for $5?
I'm in my suit when I'm doing research. I'm walking around my apartment. I'm ironing. I'm vacuuming. I'm doing my dishes.
What kind of sounds like Stuart Smalley? I'm smart enough. I'm metallic enough. And gosh darn it, people like me.
There's 40 pounds of fiberglass here. The midsection is ABS plastic.
That sounds like you're going to have testicle cancer or something.
I love his strategy. The meaner you are to me, the more factual I will respond. You will die of pancreatic cancer at the age of 45. And your fiance will have left you 3 years before, realizing what a terrible person you are.
You gotta realize, Tony told me to be nicer to Jeff. He was pretty mean. We beat up on Jeff Ross last week. He didn't like it.
Yeah, and Bobby, you just made me bash.
Well, I did it in a clever way.
No, you didn't. Or else I wouldn't have told you that you have to pre-approve your questions. Which I didn't really do today. I took your word and you did a good job. So thank you. So praise to the Iron Patriot, everybody.
I'm going to let you vibrate on me.
Him and Jeff Ross and Bobby is extremely hard last year. Sometimes you get a little out of line. You have a couple good weeks in a row.
Well, I've had a lot of the guests come at me pretty hard, so I wanted to get on this.
What's up?
When a guy goes through it, just don't recognize
We have to stop bullying is what he's trying to say. He's been kind of
Follow the suit of armor this way.
and this is a part of Chuckles, Not Knuckles. We teach kids how not to bully each other. And they do bully, laugh at them.
But Iron Patriot wasn't a superhero. He was a villain pretending to be a superhero to fool the world and bang down his evil plan, as was displayed in Dark Adventures The List. And then Peter Parker defeated him when he found the disc that had all of Norman's names on it. So he was never a hero. He was always a bad guy. He was just pretending.
You jacked off
And it makes sense.
Yeah, he tricked America into thinking he was patriotic.
Yeah, so he wasn't a hero. He was villain.
Yeah, well, I mean, most people don't know that story. It's like, yeah, you're on the same wavelength as me, man. You gotta get together later.
You're going to get assassinated.
That wavelength is just a hand masturbating itself.
I can just see Mike right now clearing the schedule for the rest of his week so that he can hang out with you and talk about comic books.
hilarious. Who's next?
We just ride the city bus together and nobody touches us. They treat you like people on here.
He rides the bus here, by the way. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
You know about this?
I'm aware.
You can't sit down. Did you know that?
You have to stand on the bus?
Yeah.
I bet you be freaking out the crackheads. What the fuck?
Or giving them hope. It's one of
Or getting the
You're going home on the bus with me tonight. I'm gonna take you home and show you.
No, you can ride in my little car. I got a Corvette. You can see it. No, I mean, I don't have a Corvette. It's a convertible. I got rid of the Corvette. And I want to have a Volta.
I love the chocolate mousse.
That chocolate mousse.
Oh my god.
Wow.
This man saying pussy without saying pussy. I love that chocolate mousse.
I mean, you're an animal tonight, Patriot.
I think Iron Patriot's from Florida.
He's from Texas. Dallas. In fact, we performed at the same club that you did, at the Curtain Club.
Yes, I was hoping you talked to the owner, because that Doug Simmons used to book Dirty Grabber back in the day. And that was the street where the Dirty Grabber mailman did.
Okay.
Did you like it? Did you like that area?
Yeah, it was great.
Cool.
Okay, everybody, your next comedian's name is Timothy Cash. It's Timothy.
Kill a whole minute. Girls want to have sex twice.
that choice because every woman I meet says the same thing. They'll say, I'm tired of playing games. I want to play more games. And a man that doesn't play games sucks. Love Mr. Johnson. Everything don't work out. I know what I'm going to do. I try my other dream job. I want to be a fireman. Give it a shot. You know that saying they say, fight fire with fire? Don't. Don't ever do that. Flamethrower will not put out a fire. In fact, it makes it significantly worse. Two cats walking to the bar. Bartender says,
You asking for the cat?
I timed that everything.
Jesus.
that time,
That was pretty good. Huh?
You had
the machines have failed you.
But you were excellent.
That was good, man. I agree with you. It doesn't count.
But it's not up to that.
Is the winger shirt unironic or ironic? Now, this is but that did not answer the question. That just further complicated it and gave me 9 more questions.
Don't fight fire with fire. It's funny. But yeah.
Good joke structure.
Very good.
It's done with a minute. Like 2 to 4 minutes. Is it all non sequiturs?
Does that work?
I'm on
They're just like quick, like one-liners that aren't connected at all.
Oh, like Frasier. Frasier's like, come on, folks, these are the jokes. That's how they like smart. Yeah. You don't need to do that.
Just segue from one to
Yeah, just pretty honest.
The fire with fire is if you can go deeper in that. Like, you know, like there was a car fire, and I did this. You know, there was this.
It's actually long. It's actually a little bit longer now.
Okay.
I would tag the Yahtzee thing. I would shorten the front a little bit any way you can, and then tag it like that. Just like I just feel like you talk. If you actually like Yahtzee, like you talking about it, nothing like the feeling of just watching 5 times roll out of that little piece. So, you know, or just get into it.
Right, that is my whole thing like that.
Right. And what's the objective is to roll like 5 5s in there or something, right?
Well, yeah.
What's Yahtzee?
What games do you play when you go to Vegas?
Yahtzee.
Finds a Yahtzee slot machine.
It's just him and an old Japanese man who puts $1 million down and he puts down $3. That's just how it goes sometimes, bro. That's it. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, like the chain and the wing. I mean, you look like everybody who's ever sold Slipknot tickets outside of concert.
Yeah.
But I don't know is this what you're going for? Like the winger, I mean,
When you first
Winger
walked
is a
up,
horrible band.
when you first walked up, I know that 70s show. When I first saw, I'm like, oh, that's the that 70s show.
I don't like. Okay.
Do you smoke weed? Yeah, you look like you got some good ass weed. Like you grow that shit.
The chain, honestly, I've had the chain since I was like 12 years old. I used to lose like 2 wallets a year. My dad would always make fun of me. We'd like go on road trips, stop at truck stops, and he'd always point to the truck and wallets. Like, I'm just one of those. Like, shut up, Dad.
What's the excuse for the janitor chain on the other side of the keys that you have? Because you know you only need usually 1 or 2 keys.
And the stormtrooper thing. This is the thing. As a comic, you should want to be Darth Vader, not a stormtrooper. Have a fucking ego. Do not be one of the dudes who just gets shot once. Be the fucking star. Don't think like a stormtrooper, man. You might as well be a fucking Ewok, man. Be Darth Vader. Be Boba Fett. Have some amazing lines, but we still kind of forget you would think you were cool. Like, just be, but don't be a stormtrooper.
You want to be able to stand out, you know? And then
Look at Iron Pigeon. He's not dressed as one of the henchmen from the 1966 Batman. He's not a dude in a shirt that just says Bob #1. He's a fucking villain who tricked people into thinking he was a superhero. A minute ago, he was talking about Iron.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No, it wasn't that enough.
would make you the ironing patriot.
The ironing patriot.
If you did it in that suit.
I'm hoping to iron a flag someday.
What's that?
Tony Stark.
Wow, look at you, buddy.
My osmosis is rubbing off on me by osmosis. Seeing around you guys.
Well, yeah, of course. It's about time you say something funny. It's been 33 weeks.
I love that the girls pretended to get that joke. Oh, Tony Stark. Here's my headshot.
How the fuck did you? That's really funny, Patriots.
I love about LA. If they won't laugh, they'll fake laugh. It's awesome.
Yeah, I can tell how excited he is right now. Normally, he doesn't make this hard of eye contact with me. Like, he's just looking at me, being proud of him. He's,
I'm on my way down.
oh my god. Then he ruins it by being
What
creepy.
would be great is if every week he tries to make that Tony Stark joke, but there's no context
Right.
for it. He's like, what the fuck? It's like, are y'all ready for this guy? Like, I had my moment and it's gone.
Timothy Cash, fuck yeah. I would acknowledge something about, I don't know, the way you look more. I mean, I'm sure you do that. I'm just saying. Oh,
Don't fucking do that, man. But you're
Well,
fucking,
it's like you inspired me about 30 minutes. Guaranteed 30 minutes.
yeah, man. Fucking,
I'll hear it grows like this will be back in like a month.
It'll be back in 2 days if you let me see
Every time I eat anything, like, see, I got a mustache. You got your mustache. Every time I eat anything, I have to take a comb out, put all my mustache.
dude, I eat ice cream in a hotel by myself because I don't want anyone to see it.
I
It's
actually
like,
had to put it. I have to tuck it down for it. Like, you just see that just like in movies and TV shows. You don't really do that for like that.
dude, I eat food like I'm the elephant man. I'm like, don't look at me. It's fucking, just do be you, man. You fucking look like you can pull out a pan flute at any time and amaze us with a Jethro Tull solo. So fucking be you, man.
there you go. Timothy Cash. I always love about Timothy is that a lot of comedians are on Twitter, and where a lot of them put their Twitter handle. Timothy Cash just puts "fuck no."
Get on Twitter.
I don't do that shit.
Twitter, is that a part of the vagina?
That Twitter
I've
thing.
touched a few Twitters in my day. In my band.
Fuck that Twitter. Don't even have that TV show. Should we get together for Calvin Lock City? Calvin Lock City.
Uh-oh, you know what that means?
He just got blacklisted. Yikes. Sucks to be him.
R.I.P. Calvin Loxley.
The next meeting goes by the name of Eric Vasquez.
guys, ladies and gentlemen.
Sometimes it takes a comedian 1 minute to get to the stage, and they're like, Eric Vasquez.
Hello, guys. Thank you for having me. I just turned 25, actually, guys. A couple months ago, 25. Forced me a little self-examination. One thing I understand about me is I'm kind of the guy physically. Some more to see me naked. And I didn't have a bush. It looked fucking weird. It looked weird, like those like bald caps. It looked weird. You ever run into those bald caps and try to pin one of those? And you look at it, and then you're like, ugh. Yeah, that's how I would look without any hair down there. It's actually good to recognition, guys, like I said, because if a woman were to see me naked, she would think two things. One, that's a shitload of hair. And two, there has to be more penis behind that hair. There isn't. There isn't. But she thinks there is. Battle half won.
There you go.
Right on time. Bush is female, right? But also is president of all time. But Bush, I've never heard Bush. Has anyone ever heard Bush used in a male context? Have you ever?
Only the snake is high in the bush. I've heard that.
Well,
I'm like, let me
what
go
if
find
you
it out.
grew up with transsexuals? I was like, what is this world you speak of where men don't have bushes? I've never. It was throwing me off the whole time. Like, why would you have a bush unless? What do you mean? Everybody has natural pubic hair. We don't call them bushes. What do you call? Okay, well, help me out. What's that called? Pubes. You have lots of pubes? Because if I have a bush, it says that I have a lot of.
It says you have a pussy.
Yeah.
Period.
Right,
It
bush,
automatically
right?
think you got a pussy. That's what I was thinking. Like, he might have a pussy. He got tissues.
I do not. As the only Bush supporter in the room, Bush is female, right? I've just never heard that before.
I say it as a joke, you know, like hey, like how my bush is trimmed, you know, as a joke. Not like being serious, you know.
Yeah, but I don't think it added. I think it was a
Sounds like
distraction.
pussy to me.
So views. Something different.
And hair. What do you? How's the pregnancy?
I don't really remember what I call it exactly. I don't know what it is.
Fur. Coconut fur. I
You like
like
the
it.
pregnancy?
I think it could be if you just get into it. If you start telling us what it's like instead of trying to make us picture it, because then it gets gross. So you're sort of like half describing it, and then all of a sudden we're looking at you and it's just bad. So if instead of giving us too much time to think about it, start throwing out things of what it does look like.
I think it was
You're saying that you have a tiny penis and lots of hair, then get into it. It's like a fucking.
Sounds like a clitoris.
You took a 30-minute drive to the I have a small dick store that's 2 minutes away. It's just basically I have a small dick, and it was just an overcomplicated way of doing a very basic.
And that might even be it. It might even just go, you know, like however you would say it. But, you know, like, I would say, come right out with, I have a small dick. That's fine. Or me, even worse than that, I have a lot of views. Or just then you're already in, and then you can give examples on why and how. And you can even talk about how you have that gut that probably makes things more complicated.
Just say that you don't need pubes when you have a gut because it's already covering everything.
Right.
You don't need two curtains, you know.
Did you see Jesus' face though? Jesus' face was like on scary mode. Like I died for this.
I was sitting right now right in front of Jesus. I like the cat comparison. You know, you would like the cat comparison. Very good visual. You know,
I don't know the kind of cat. What is it again?
one that, you know, I really don't know. There's a lot of like hairless cats.
The one that Denzel Washington killed in the Isaiah one. Yeah, you know what I'm
You mean the one specific Denzel movie where he was intense and growling all the time? That one.
Yeah, when he was blind and stuff, but you can't hold it till the end.
Anyway, in Seabook of Eli, Eric, but yeah, I would talk about that. I would just come out with each line and then start talking about it, you know, instead of painting a long picture.
You know how Tiffany said that the girls in the first 10 seconds they decide if they're gonna fuck you? I don't think you should talk about a small dick. That's a bad recommendation. Is it right away? I'm gonna say no way.
Yeah, how do you get a girl to even see it?
Well, see, if they were to see my penis, they'll be pleasantly surprised. I gotta like not build it up as much because if I do talk about it, and then people say like, "Okay, it's a small dick," and the girl doesn't actually try to leave, you know, it should be pleasantly surprised because it's not small.
Thing too is that
It's not shit, you know. It's not small. Like,
We believe that shit.
It's too late now. You obviously have a tiny dick. I mean, there's no going back now. But once you compare it to the size of your
actually looks
views,
like Tattoo from Fantasy Islands.
since I mentioned the pain,
But my thing is, if I can give you a piece of advice, is when you do self-deprecation, you have to sell the shit out of it and own it. When you talk about how ugly you are, how fat you are, or how bad of a lay you are, you have to say that shit as if it is the curse that you have lived with for years. And I mean, the more hard you are on yourself, and the schlubbier you are, the more confident you have to be. Because if you combine sad delivery and sad material, people are like, I can't watch this because I feel like Sarah McLachlan should be holding you.
especially because you have the penis of a 2-month-old puppy.
It's hilarious because I've actually said that like in front of a crowd, and I've actually gone like,
Yeah, because nobody
So
wants
it's
to
not
like
good.
comedy show to feel sorry for you.
I'm just trying to make a
You
joke.
just want to fucking have fun.
I ain't making fun of you.
So be confident in your little bit.
For
You know what I'm
just
saying?
10
Like, I got little
seconds.
titties. I'm like, yeah, I got a 31A minus, but somebody gonna suck on these nipples.
For just 10 cents a day, you can see Eric Vasquez's bush. In the arms of
It's in a cage
Confidence is
sometimes.
key.
And you kind of talking about like Joan Rivers, in other words, she's confident, she puts herself down.
Yeah, you have to own your own set,
Yeah,
you know, because it's got to be fun.
that's the key to comedy. Is have fun. People do not come to be sad or feel sorry for your ass. They come to have fun. Sure, so have fun.
Were you on a week ago or two?
I know, it's the first time. I've been here for a couple months. It's actually the first time.
But you've been doing comedy other places, right?
Not mostly. Sometimes around here. I've only been doing comedy for 2 months.
Awesome. There you go.
Well, get up every day, man, and go. I'm trying, brother. Fucking PD's is open. You can go there. Just wherever you need to.
Stage signs available.
Yeah, but I mean, we were making fun of that. I mean, seriously, if he's getting up every day and he's got a place, fucking that's great. So, yeah, find the place. Yeah,
Eric Vasquez. He's on Eric with a K. Eric V Comedy on Twitter at Eric K. Eric's Vasquez. For the second, after the first few people, I'm like, is it all black people?
It's a minority show tonight.
It was interesting.
But we didn't get like the whitest. We got like the face of gentrification. So we didn't get that.
Yeah.
One black person had to give up their spot so that guy could come up.
Yeah. Totally. Did you guys have a bit that you did when you first started out that did I go? Did we talk about this?
I don't know.
Did you have a bit when you started out doing comedy that you are embarrassed that you did? Like when you very first started, it was like bad. Did you remember it being bad? Did I ask you guys this?
Swear to God, you did.
I thought that I may have when I started.
But I think it was like Tiffany on the answer, David.
No, I didn't answer that.
That was right on the line. So you
Yeah.
freaked me out when I'm like, fuck, did I really? But it's just because we were thinking about it before the last one. That's how we're fucking monsters. We've been spending way too much time together. We're both wondering. Anyway.
Did you want to answer?
Yeah, totally.
You go first.
My first bit, I remember it was probably wacky. Maybe I might have bit it off of somebody. I don't know, but because we were poor, and I was like, yeah, we were so poor. We had 2 TVs. You know how everybody had 2 TVs? Well, our TVs were in the living room, stacked on top of each other. One was for picture, and one was for sound. And if my light-skinned sister held the antenna just right, we would get color. That was my joke. It was so wacky.
That's pretty. What do you mean that's whack? That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I've always been awesome. Ever since I was 16. Well, fuck this shit. I'm the Beyonce of this shit.
But what's this?
I just need somebody famous to pass.
What's that intent? Your dad booked your gigs for you?
No, I didn't know my
Fired
dad.
all the other comics on the show?
Yeah, which Beyonce are we talking?
You have a mediocre sister that's trying to come?
No, none of my sisters aren't mediocre. They're some bad bitches. I guess maybe I'm the Nicki Minaj. Maybe fuck that. I'm the Kim Kardashian. No, I didn't do it. No, I don't know. I'm just a bad bitch comedy.
You're the Tiffany Haddish of comedy.
Yeah.
Fucking.
Yeah, I'm the Tiffany Haddish of comedy, and I've always been good.
The Tiffany Haddish of slam poetry. Y'all ready for this? What if we all just sit up? I'm Tiffany Haddish. No, I'm Tiffany Haddish.
And I'll be like, I told you I was white.
Please book me for video games. I need this.
What was your experience?
Oh my God. 3 weeks in, because I did do slam poetry for 7 years while working at McDonald's. I know it's weird, I'm judging people. But I did, and then I started comedy. My 3rd week of comedy, I got my first book gig. This was in Florida, and it was at a lesbian bar. And I literally just had 7 minutes of material, and my closer was about breast cancer. And it was a joke about how awesome it would be if there was a breast cancer porno. And one of the lines of it was, "What should I take off first, my hair or my top?"
Another line. It was a whole trailer thing. It was like, and Pat Morita as Dr. Kimo Sabi. And he had died the week before, so I just went in memoriam.
That's hilarious.
But the whole thing was like the worst. And someone threw a beer bottle at me while I was doing it. I don't remember, some angry man with his lesbian girlfriend. I don't exactly remember what the lesbian who threw the beer bottle at me looked like, but I think it was like one of those bricks that falls on you in Mario Brothers with the face, the flop. But you know what? That was the greatest moment. That was the moment I knew I'd be doing comedy forever, because I'd spent so many years just wanting attention, and I finally got it at a lesbian bar. And it was great was I stayed. This is another one of my 5 pieces of advice to pass on to comics. I stayed the rest of the night. I went second. The worst bomb you could possibly have. I watched every other comic and saw what worked. I mean, so many comics now are entitled, shitty and arrogant. And I mean, we always have been, but like, people will bomb after their second week of doing comedy and leave right afterwards. Stick around, watch. Someone will always have a good set, even on the worst night. And you kind of, if you can't, like, once you're not a good comic on a show, be a good audience member. Be something in your first few years. I think that's important.
It's important to watch comedy because you'll learn so much about timing and presence and a good way to perform and a bad way to perform it.
And even if you see something kill that you despise, then learn about what you don't want to do as a comic.
Yeah, it was crazy when I got the job here in 2007, and I worked here for 3 or 4 years at the door, and I would watch, you're getting paid basically to hang out and get to watch a show from the back of your seating the room. You're making sure, sometimes I was just making sure that people were 21 and nobody was heckling, and you get to see 16 paid regulars do, 15 minutes a night. They're all sort of, competing and fucking, it's not a competition, but everybody wants to be the one that they remember the most.
Yeah,
so
and all new comics have is each other. I hope that like 2 of the comics we talked to tonight, like, go up to each other and meet each other and introduce each other.
Right. Yeah, there's no better feeling in this show than having somebody come up to me a few weeks later and be like, hey, that one thing, and I won't remember it first, and I'm like, oh shit, But when they get stuff working, it all comes together.
Remember, the more helpful we are, the less funny we are. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you're going to learn today. You're going to learn today.
All right. Fuck. You guys both have funny first bits. The TV on the TV and the breast cancer. I thought you were going to say they had to scissor away some tissue.
That would have been worse.
Frank Castillo, everybody.
Hey.
It really is like a gentrification. We started black and then we went white and now we're at all Hispanic. It's the fool.
I love knowing whatever songs I reference they'll play. I have some kind of power.
Hey guys. Hey. I was walking to work. I saw a homeless guy outside. He looked at me and he looked at us. He said, hey, sir, can you spare some change? Or are you going to be a piece of shit? And it was weird because I'd already had my hand in my pocket. Like, I clenched the change. I was like, you know what? And then he was like, are you going to be a piece of shit? I was like, yep, nope. Stop there. And I said it. And I was like, you know what? I think I am going to be a piece of shit. And he just stared at me and was like, oh, fuck you. I was like, you know, you have to do this. I felt like it really helped me. Like, maybe if this approach was like a little bit better, like something nicer about it, really was damn the truth. That was more factual. I now realize that as I said it. That's actually
Latino David Cross, everybody.
There he is. That's the minute. Fuck yeah. Yeah, it's interesting where that's immediately what I thought. moment that it started getting factual is when you said that you're staring at him or he's staring at you. Like, the fact that you're still there.
I just wouldn't believe
Now you're the weirdo out of the guy that's asking the stranger for change.
I just wouldn't believe that the homeless guy is at another open mic right now somewhere telling his side of the story.
Yeah.
And this motherfucker, like, and he was writing down notes as this exchange was happening. I saw his wallet sticking out. He really needs to change for it, you know.
But you're funny as fuck. I've never seen you do comedy before, but I'm so excited to come go see you. Do you do a lot of, are you from the East Coast? Do you live here? Or
I'm trying to move here, but yeah, I live in New York.
oh, wow. It's so weird. The East Coast, like,
I
there's
finally got the approval my parents ever gave me.
Yeah, I found you. Did I talk about this at the Dark Comedy?
That's how you know I look homeless, when someone tells you how they found someone. Not how I found him. He was on the side of the road, eating that can of beans he always ogles.
In Toronto.
Yeah.
I did the Toronto Dark Comedy Fest, and I was booked on that, and I didn't know what was happening going into it. You and I ended up bonding a lot. We were on all the same. I'm pretty sure we did a show together every night, if not two.
We roasted the Iron Sheik together twice.
Yeah.
If that doesn't bring two people together, I don't know what will.
Well, I know what will is doing a live podcast at the Comedy Underground with the Iron Sheik, but finding out that the Iron Sheik can only do about 10 minutes right beforehand, and you're like, okay, so me and Mike are just going to sit behind a table at the Underground and just fucking light it up.
Yeah, I understand, like, the people who are fans of the Iron Sheik aren't wrestling fans. They're the people who yell Doyle rules unironically and fist things they don't love and just want to see a dying man die. And so it's weird to entertain them because they just want to see a train wreck be a train. They basically just want to watch a fire and put a flamethrower to it. That's basically what an Iron Sheik audience is like, and we were just like, what do we do here? And just kind of pointed out the absurdity of that, and they liked it.
Right, because they were high as fuck, because it was the Underground.
Oh, God, yeah.
And that was unbelievable. And the recording of that podcast, that live podcast, went out almost immediately and never turned into anything. Oh, yeah, so that's why, I mean,
it's just weird that there's like the East Coast comics, like you barely know them as the West Coast comics. The only way you know them is if they have to like visit or something like that. But there's like a whole group of people that do the same thing as I do. I have no idea who they are. And like, oh yeah, it's like it just blows my mind.
It's different, you know. He's like, how is this about money?
I know. Right,
it's
going to
we're
wrap
gonna
up.
bring it around. We're gonna bring it around. This is meant to inspire you. We figured you had to be this close.
When you roast the Iron Sheik, that work is available. No, but like what's interesting, there are two big differences about New York. One, New York, you can get up as much as you want. It is not quality stage time, but it's quantity stage time. Sometimes we get up 15 to 20 times a week. And that's because it's there. And that's like even open mics. Like there are open mics running from 4 p.m. to midnight every night of the week if you want to look for them. And they're there. They're not good, but you'll get your fucking muscles.
Yeah, you'll get strong. You gotta put in 10,000 hours before you become successful. That's the secret.
You chip away 1 minute at a time.
And the other thing is, LA loves its weirdos. I see people in costumes and their own like merch and stuff here, and people love that. New York, we just don't have the tolerance for that. Get the fuck out of here with that. A first month open micer here will already have a web series, and then New York, they're like, I just want to be good enough to carry my backpack with pride as the 27-year-old man that I am.
It is interesting, the differences. I just got to hang out with Ari Shafir, who's back in LA today.
Great guy.
Yeah. He's been in New York for a while. You guys cross paths?
Oh, yeah, love Ari.
Anyway, so Frank.
You know what it's like to feel homeless now. You've been standing there for 10 minutes. I hope someone acknowledges me. How am I going to make money off this shit?
Are they going to acknowledge me, or are you going to be a piece of shit? So, fuck yeah.
Yeah, well,
I mean, that's like a good story to base tags off. You could smoke a bunch of weed and like throw little tags in between the story that makes sense. I mean, the story does make sense and it's very accurate and it's real, so you can pull from that. But if you could write 3 or 4 tags and throw it in that story, then you have something that's just a that makes sense kind of story. You already know this stuff.
Well, I like your energy. I like you being yourself, and like I feel like you're like a coworker. Like if we worked at like a print shop together or something, you'd be telling me that, and we'd be standing by the printer laughing like for real. I've seen that bump too. Like it just seems like it'd be cool to talk to you and just be a friend of yours. So just like it just feels more personal. So I like your style, and I like it.
And at the last side, when you're doing a 1-minute set or a story like that, make sure there are punches every 10 to 15 seconds. It doesn't have to be big, but just something to grab us and keep our attention.
There he goes, Frank Castillo. He's at Frank C. Comedy on Twitter. Frank Castillo.
Who's next?
Okay. Chance together for Benjamin Carver, everybody.
Hey, how you guys doing? So, speaking of pussy, $5, right? How you doing? I love chocolate women. Without you girls, there would be no flavor in this world. Hey, I want my next kid to have an afro. You believe that? Because, I mean, chocolate girls don't fight, they win. So I figure, you still have the tip, you're going to be arguing. But let's make it happen.
Okay.
I don't know, I just had to say that. I just want to give them the taste of their own medicine real quick. He looks like the drunken Jesus that lost his hair at a bar fight. He looks like the gay dude at the nail salon. He's a cool stoner on the podcast. I'm just saying, wait, he is a cool stoner on the podcast. Well, fuck it. Thought it was Dennis Rodman and fucking Miley Cyrus over there on the date. I don't know, I'm just trying to give you a taste of your own medicine. I don't know, it's like it's not working. I was on the bus with this guy. How you doing, Iron Man?
Yeah, sorry.
I know after the movie, shit, use public transportation to get it.
Oh, wow. Listen for that. Listen for that, man. You don't do that.
This is the longest minute that you'll ever spend.
Fuck it. Again, yeah.
You ever see a J who should be a silent bomb?
That's good.
Oh, my God.
Trump just brought the show to a cheeching halt.
You don't like how it feels,
I love it. I love it.
You gotta fight back.
Yeah.
Actually, I start tomorrow. I hired to do a comedy skit for a TV show that airs in Russia, so I'm kind of excited.
Russia?
Yeah, I know. I mean, you gotta start somewhere, right? It's called Emissions Report. You can Google it right now. I'm just saying. I'm just glad I got, hired, so I'm just down here for that.
You gonna play the
In
stoner?
Soviet Union, you don't come on stage. Stage bombs on you.
Well, I've never performed here, so I mean, I do it in San Diego.
But why would you spend your whole set just making fun of people if you never performed here and you want to make an impression?
It's just me.
Especially trying to play on me, a black woman. I mean,
You look like Lil' Kim.
thank you.
Because of the mom.
Thank you. I look better than that bitch.
And
Just
when
keep
Kim
going.
Kardashian, you got the booty.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. I appreciate that. You gotta get your Mac game up, though. You come talking to a black woman like you fuck the shit out of her. You need to have some fucking game. I'm just
I
like,
know when I start
put
writing
your
in
swag
more money,
on.
it'll happen.
Put
You
your
look like you're a
swag
fan of chocolate, but not women, so.
Yes, tell it.
Hey, I'm the only one man enough to talk to.
No, everybody's
Yeah,
talking.
you know,
You're wearing a Grateful you're like another comic, so
You know you're wearing a Grateful Dead shirt right now.
You know I am.
The Grateful died on stage tonight.
That was good.
Benjamin, there you go, man.
Yeah.
we won't survive.
You gotta get up on stage more and write some jokes.
I got a shitload of stuff. I just wanted to roast you guys too.
You guys
You're applying for a dispensary, by the way, just like on the public board and shit.
still trying.
For
It's
dispensary.
almost working. All right, guys, have a good one.
Okay, you too. Bye.
The little pothead that could.
The little pothead. I was trying to figure out if that was a Kinko's beanie or FedEx. Like, what kind of beanie was that?
Yeah, I was wondering that too.
Seedless?
Well, you know, another thing that's cool, I don't know if I got to mention this to you guys beforehand, we have 2 regulars that go on every Monday night. They do 60 seconds each.
And he's like, and you just saw both of them.
Fuck yeah, and we're really excited about it. Put your hands together for Sarah Wineshank.
You guys ever see these people that have their sunglasses fastened to a rope? They wear them around their necks. It's weird. It's like thick glasses, bro. Now you'll never lose them. Because they're on a rope around your neck. It's always these dudes that think they're so extreme. Like, they're so extreme that they have to have their glasses tied on a rope around their necks. What the fuck are they doing? Are they jousting? Rock climbing? In what emergency are you gonna need your sunglasses? You know what I'm saying? It's fucking weird. And the cheaper the sunglass, the more likely the rope. Like, no one who has nice sunglasses feels inclined to tie them on a rope. It's always the poor motherfuckers trying to hold on. You know? Their lives are so action-packed, so extreme.
Wow, that's
Killing
so
me.
funny. Right, that's so funny. Wow.
She ready. Get it, girl. And I like your skirt. Sailor Moon
Thanks, girl.
style.
Thanks, girl.
Yeah.
You're so right about the awesome glasses too. The rope. That's just fucking great.
That is really, really funny.
How much more did you have about that? Because it seemed like it kept going. I like that.
Yeah, it's hard to tell whether you had more or you were just about to start pulling a Frank Castillo and just describing things over and over again. So all of a sudden I'm staring at the guy with the rope around it.
The homeless man's name was James. He was 35 years old.
I was like trying to take my time. I was nearing the end. It could have gotten weird. Like, had it been like a minute 03, would have been weird.
Interesting. I really like it. How it is. Like, I think you're getting it out there just enough the information. With your style and with the other things that irk you and those other goofy things, I think that all really goes well together. Fuck yeah. Rope around the neck. Like, what is so... There's almost nothing else that people keep ropes around their neck of things.
Bus passes, mental disability, illness cards. It's a whole lot of things.
Yep,
Their whole life
There's
savings.
a multi-purpose rope right here.
Like, it's an accessory.
But exactly what she just said all goes with what you're saying. Like, even anything on a rope it never is rich person.
Like a house kid,
It's
like
never-
a
you never
latchkey
see-
kid, one of the latchkey kids. You always
You
got the
never see anybody's Maserati key connected to a rope.
I just bought a pair of glasses and they were sports glasses, I guess for fishermen, and it did come with a rope already, but it came with like a big round thing that if you lose it, it floats. And it's like this big
buoy?
block that connects to the back of your rope.
So you have a buoy on your fucking
Yeah,
glasses.
I do.
That's so funny.
And you flip it in the water.
Anything with a rope on it seems like something a grandfather passes on to you. Take this, my son.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Rabbi, when I was thinking of people that might have ropes on their glasses, I was like, maybe Rabbi.
What?
Well, I don't know.
I feel like I have
No,
seen
that
you with
many-
a rope.
I've never had ropes on my sunglasses.
Like,
I love how defensive you get on. Why would you
How
think that about
dare
me?
you, sir?
That I would ever have a rope on my sunglasses.
Bless Blasphemer! Who shoots you think that I am? I have rolled on my sunglasses.
Here's a weird thing though. I used to always go to the mall and buy those 2 pairs of sunglasses for $15 or whatever that shit is, because you usually can find a good pair. Flying J. Yeah, but I would buy like 12 a year, 14 a year, because I will lose them like every week. I bought a pair of expensive sunglasses recently. I've had it for like 8 months. It makes no sense because I don't do anything really different with them.
Would this guy with the sunglasses around his throat, would he be fucking with those on too? Like, could you imagine like the dude like trying to do it to you with his glasses like hanging over your face? Like,
But maybe that's exactly the opposite of that is, you know what you'll never need those on the road for is because we'll ever be getting laid so hard that sunglasses might fall off.
I don't own sunglasses. I just sit in the front of every wrestling event and hope Bret Hart gets big this Sunday.
Wow, I could just see the tweets of the wrestling fans.
That's how I knew kids had money when they could get the glasses. And I went one time and we were all the way in the nosebleeds, and my dad was like, "He's not coming up here. He's not walking up here. It's too far."
That's so fucking funny. Sarah Wineshank, another great search.
Yeah,
She's on Twitter at Princess Shank. That's the word princess, SHENK. That's Princess Shank. So fun. And this is our other regular. She dropped out of college at Florida State University, Florida, home of the Gators. And she dropped out after her first time ever doing stand-up on this show. Here she is, Kimberly Condon.
What's up, guys? I want to tell you something funny that I read earlier. A little fact. Did you know that 50% of people white sitting down and 50% of people white standing up? And that most people don't know that the opposite exists? What a bunch of assholes. Speaking of assholes, I'm single now. I was dating someone for a while and it was cool. It was a lot of fun. Things got weird though. Things got a little bit abusive. He's doing okay now, and I apologize. And I think that he should have just made me that sandwich. I don't know. I just don't think I'm someone to fuck with, you know? Like, I brush my teeth and I rinse with orange juice. Should have known. That's it. How long was that?
50 worse than. Fuck yeah. I don't get the rinse with orange juice thing.
It tastes terrible. It's fucking awful. If you've ever done it, it's badass. That's pretty rough. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The 3 times I brushed my teeth, I mean, I drank orange juice afterwards, and it was horrendous.
the 3 times he brushed his teeth.
And, you know, the one thing that I noticed was that the first words out of your mouth were, "I'm going to tell you something funny." I don't know, like, just feel like you're raising a bar in like a, you know, now I'm being like serious. It's I just think it's a very weird thing to say at the top of anything. You know, I'm going to tell you something funny that I just read. It's like, well, then you read something. What are we doing? Almost.
It's better to go up and say, I'm hoping to get booked on the Museum of Tolerance, you know.
Yeah. Like, I would just get into, I read, if you're going to do a bit about that or about anything.
I got a strange story to tell you about a new interesting fact I learned.
Yeah. What I learned today is that.
Yeah, anytime someone's like, here's something funny, you know, it's like the audience is going to decide that anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So if you tell them it's funny, they're like, oh, this is crazy. Instead of you being an underdog and wanting to see something funny. Because it's the release of that tension in his laughter. So if they really think that something funny is coming, it could be something really fucking funny. It's just like, oh, okay, so that was it. If the magician's like, I'm gonna make it disappear out of this hand, so keep an eye on this. And then you with both hands and you're just staring at one hand. Then, anyway.
The abuse joke I like, but I think it needs to go further and go to this point of absurdity, because now where it's at, it's just sandwich, but go even further. Give us the whole story. The crazier it is, and you overpowering him, and because the idea is funny. It's a great premise, but it just needs to go further because the way that it is now, it's like, I guess that did happen.
Like, he shouldn't leave his phone unattended, or he should have moved his head when I threw the phone. Like, he should learn how to duck.
Even though, old, stereotypes, that's what he gets for sensing off, or just it's so sad when he had to, and make him purposely masculine, and then he had to go to his construction job the next day and said he fell down some stairs,
Yeah, get into that more.
I didn't choke him, I hugged him with my hands.
I could get into that one more. I would probably lose the asshole to the top. I can tell people that things are funny that are coming before it happens. They're sort of moving that anyway. There she is. That
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Real quick before. She said, 50% stand up and white, 50% sit down. Would that statistic be different for women? And if it's just women, is it like 80% sit down? Because they already
It's not a real statistic. I actually talk about the same thing on stage. It's not 50-50. It's more like 80.
But if it's just women, though, is it higher for just because women sit down?
I don't know. This is something you can look
We
up.
don't always sit there when we urinate. Sometimes we in public.
She's at Kimberly Condon on Twitter. So Mike Lawrence on Twitter, at Tiffany Haddish. Anything else you guys got coming up you want to promote?
I'll be on Epic TV February 14th with Jenny McCarthy doing a dirty, sexy, funny comedy show. She's ready. Let's go.
And I'll be at San Francisco Sketch Fest February 7th and the 8th. Awesome.
The Comic Patriot.
What's your Twitter?
The Mike Lawrence.
The Mike Lawrence.
And Tiffany Haddish, and at Comic Patriot on Twitter, tweeting pictures of himself in the backgrounds of things, tweeting everything about the show that you need to know. I'm Tony Hinchcliffe. Brian!
Hey, look for a big announcement soon from me and Tony. Death Squad was so successful in Texas. We're going to take this very soon. So
Death Squad!
Thank you guys so much for coming out tonight. Hopefully you'll come back again soon and hang out with us. No Benson next week.
stay tuned for the Ding Dong Show. Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you from World Famous Comedy Store. This is a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe. Blah, blah.
Yay! Fuck yeah! How you guys doing? Happy Monday! Hi everybody. How exciting. Episode 34 of Kill Tony. Here we are.
Yes. And we're still alive.
Yeah. You had a fun weekend. You were in Vegas.
Yeah, I pretty much took, if you listened or here last week, we went to Texas, we killed our bodies, we both pretty much died, came back to life, but I had to go immediately to the AVNs, or I didn't have to, I made myself. And so I partied like I was 21. Like,
I can't believe that. And I specifically told you before you went, I'm like, you're going to have to be careful out there.
Yeah.
You totally just
No,
didn't give a
I
fuck.
think the earliest I went to bed was like 9 a.m.
Wow.
Like, seriously. And it went from like, the problem is that you go downstairs to get like coffee when you wake up in the morning, and immediately you're inside of a porno. Like there was people with machines that were inside their like pants that looked like robots that were going, and it was just putting dildos in their ass when they were walking around.
Really?
I swear to God.
Wow.
And then every single person you see, they're like, "Oh, hey, come up to my room, let's smoke some weed." You go up through the room, it's fucking Miami Vice, 1980. There's piles of cocaine, there's fucking bombs, there's
So
people.
it's like, because I feel like most people would think that the AVNs would be like a disappointment. You're saying that it's...
No, it's Hangover the movie. It's anytime you close your eyes as a kid and think, "Oh, I want to go to Vegas one day," and then you go there and it's like, "Oh, that was kind of cool." No, it's what you closed your eyes as a kid and thought it was going to be. Yeah.
Machine dildos going in and out of
Yes.
people's asses. That's awesome, man.
Yep.
How cool.
Some people fuck at the bar. It was great. Dave Navarro was there with 5 girls all eating each other out, and the best part was,
Really?
yeah.
Dave Navarro.
Yeah.
Where you saw him eating girls out.
Well, no,
in Vegas.
he was on a couch with all girls all around him, and all the girls were eating each other out, their boobs out.
Wow.
And then the
So you
funniest,
got to see Dave Navarro's life for a moment.
Yeah, I
just
did.
for a glimpse.
yeah, and I sat
It
there.
was AVNs for you, but it was Thursday for Dave Navarro.
Yeah, there's a whole Dave Navarro story that it's too long to go into it. There was some weird shit with Dave Navarro. It was weird. But the best part is that there was constantly, I saw it at least twice, there was families with kids checking into this hotel while there's people walking by with dildos connect like on their foreheads.
Wow.
Worst parents of the world.
Yeah, you gotta do research. You can't take your kids. I bet they have creepy discounts to draw kids there because they know it's a very adulty weekend. So,
Right.
like whatever water parks or whatever.
Or
Try to get kids.
maybe that's disgusting. That should be
I had the opposite weekend. I spent my weekend recuperating. I miraculously came out of the most sick that I've ever been in years.
Did you go to the doctors and everything?
I went to the doctor twice. It was a debacle. But I'm all better. It just ended up being some crazy bug.
Or we got roofied, which could be a possibility also, because we talked about we lost 6 hours of my life one night.
Yeah, that I think I did. I think I may have blacked out on in Dallas. Shit got creepy that night.
I agree. Like we were talking earlier, and you're like, "Remember we were at that place, and then we were on that one place?" And I'm like, "No, I don't. I remember hating." Like you're not supposed. Like Jack Daniels doesn't make you like black out that much, where you're at a place for 6 hours.
I think it was the Long John Silver's, man. We had Long John. Our only meal all day because we were in the tail end of this crazy road trip was Long John Silver's. And he's connected to a Shell gas station, and we're like, we're in the middle of Texas. Who gives a fuck? We're hungry. Let's do the Long John Silver's. We haven't had that in forever. Like it seemed like it was a cool idea at the time, but it was a really big mistake. But I had a great weekend, spent it recuperating, did shows back here at the home clubs, the Comedy Store, the Ice House for the first time in like 4 or 5 weekends. I've been out on the road, so it's good to be home. Played some Birds of Steel. I have a flight simulator video game that I got for Christmas that's very exciting. I know how to fly planes now. No big deal. But I'm excited because I came to the show on Friday in the main room here. Big show. And a packed show. Good spot. And there's something glistening in the second or third row. And I see this gold hat. And who was it but the Iron Patriot? He came to the show in the flesh. Put your hands together for the Iron Patriot, everybody.
I will lead you through Avengers into battle against anyone who would threaten our way of life. I am the Iron Patriot.
Fuck yeah, that's our head of security here, making sure we're all safe at all times.
I had a good weekend, Tony. I came out of my costume on Friday and Saturday to the main room. I was looking very stylish. I had my 5950 Iron Man cap. I had my Nike Air Force One Iron Man shoes. My Under Armour Iron Man shirt. I had my all-white Adidas warm-ups. And many of the comedians commented on me. Mark Maron wanted to know who I
this during the live show,
Yes,
did you?
yes, and he was really making fun of me, and I said, this is how I came back to him. I said, Mark, my brother gave me this white warm-up suit before he died, and it threw off his game a little bit.
Why would you do that to him?
Well, I want to make him feel guilty, and it is a true story. My brother did give that to me before he died, but he ended up playing it off good. The crowd loved it. It was a funny moment. Jeff Ross, he wanted to know who I was. I told him who I was.
Well, I bet, Patriot, you were wearing an all-white jumpsuit with a gold sparkly cap in the second row of the show.
Did he have his gold chains also? His oversized gold chains?
Yeah, I think so.
I had my silver necklace.
Do you dress like that more? Like, what is your normal I'm going to Jamba Juice Saturday morning costume?
Well, here's what's creepy, is that he came in the exact same clothes both Friday and Saturday.
I felt like I need to make a statement. It was my first weekend coming down.
What's that statement, that you don't bathe or wash your clothes?
No, I washed the shirt. I took it to the cleaner.
You did not take it to the... There's no same-day dry cleaners where you live in Hollywood,
I washed
Patriot.
the shirt, but you got a warm-up suit. You don't have to wash that every day.
Why would you lie and say that you got that shirt dry cleaned in between Friday and Saturday? Why would you lie to me on our own podcast?
I washed the shirt, but the warm-up suit, you fucking guy. It's not like I was doing a triathlon or nothing.
So did you take it to the dry cleaners or not?
No, I'm talking about the shirt I washed, not the I do every once in a while. I'm just saying every once in a while.
What are you saying, Patriot? I think you're having a short circuit right now.
But Jeff Ross beat up on me pretty bad. But one thing I want Jeff to always know is I'm the one that fired the first shots, because when he was on Kill Tony, I got after him before he got a chance on me. So Jeff, you remember that?
It didn't go well.
Yeah, but
that interaction didn't go well. You ruined that moment.
It hurt him. Like I got a little torpedo shot in the mouth. He didn't like me talking about his double chin.
All right. That's enough.
Yeah.
Jesus, Patriot.
Yeah.
Take it easy, man.
Yeah, I got a special song I'm going to do tonight, Tony.
Oh, no. Sent in a song?
This is going to show my softer side.
Oh.
And,
I know you guys purposefully don't tell me when he sends in a song because you know I don't want to do it. And I'll just tell you guys right then, like we can't possibly.
Yeah, I've been moving through my music career. I did one for my first band, Rolling the Dreamers.
Let me ask you a question, because I saw a tweet this week that somebody tweeted that they bought the Dirty Crabber album. This is his failed rock and roll band from Dallas in the early 90s. And the whole album, I believe, is $10, right?
Yeah, $10. All
right, now here's my question. From your newfound Iron Patriot fame, you know, Death Squad fans have gone and ventured into this music, and then some of them are buying it. Are you sharing the profits with the other members of the band?
Because clear back in '98, I signed up with the Orchard. You know that red band, the Orchard company that sells music? I signed up with them, and it
sounds like a really big label.
No, it's a big internet label, the Orchard, and if people buy that money will go directly into my bank account. So I appreciate anybody who bought it and helped me out a lot.
Wow. Well, he just loopholed a response to you.
Yeah.
He just pretty much said that he just gets all the money.
No,
and he double promoted it. He said the name of the website 5 times.
The Orchard gets a percentage, and then I get the rest.
How much does Orchard get?
I think they get about 30% maybe.
Wow.
I'm not sure what the thing is, but they take a pretty healthy chunk out.
Okay, all right. Let's. I can't believe you sent in another song.
Yeah.
Patriot, is this a new one?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you after I get done with it. I'll tell you what it's about.
Okay. Well, how far in do we have to go? Because these are usually just completely unbearable.
It's not gonna be that long.
Okay, go ahead. So this band failed completely, and he's trying to reintroduce it to people.
This is me playing guitar solo, just singing with guitar.
It's hilarious, though. You got to check out the music videos. The man behind the suit is. They always sound it.
Jamie, how can I find the words to say? Thinking you every night and day. God only knows I can't help it. Sometimes you're down, I get a feeling just can't hide.
off switch like that.
Do you go to like an experimental rap part of that song or something? You jumped off the top, you had to stop right there.
Well, I didn't want to go on too long. I mean, you guys get the point.
You're right.
It's a beautiful song.
I get the feeling the second verse of the song is when you choke out Jamie and hide her underneath your parents' stairs.
Let me tell you something. That's the only girl I wrote a song to. It was a girl I was in love with named Jamie back in 1992. And I just really fell for this girl. And the ironic thing was that she had a bunion on her foot. And I usually don't like that on a foot, but I gave an exception. She had a nice face, a nice body. I soothed on the pouch, licked the toes. Now she ended up marrying my bass player from my band Shame, so I didn't get her. I didn't stay with her that long, but I was really.
When did they start dating?
Well,
were you still in the band?
It was a couple years after that they started hooking up, and they have 3 children now in Little Dallas. But
let him deal with the bunions.
Yeah, but she was a beautiful woman. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
Wow.
Yeah, but that's what it was like in my life back in 19.
Where did things go wrong with Jamie?
Well, I don't know.
Did she really have brown eyes, or was that supposed to be a joke when you were looking into her brown eyes?
No, she.
Yeah, were you talking about Jamie's asshole in that lyric?
Yeah.
She had a beautiful. I'm thinking about now.
Oh my God, jeez. You're really twitching over there, my God. That nervous twitch is unbelievable. I noticed you don't really have it outside of the suit, but inside the suit, you're just a fucking... I mean, my God.
I work in mysterious ways, Tony.
Are you still writing songs? Do you still write Dirty Crabber songs?
No. I haven't been writing songs in a while.
Awesome. That's great. That's really good news.
I still gotta play a lot more songs from my past before I get to Angel.
Well, I'm glad that you're here, Patriot. We have a very exciting show. What do you say we get it started? It's Kill Tony 34, everybody. Our guest tonight, this is his 3rd time on the show. He is a true Kill Tony favorite, one of my funnier friends in the world. You know him from his hit show right now, Getting Doug with High. It's the one and only Doug Benson! Oh, he's back. Him and the Patriot have a great chemistry. They're very close.
It's just fun to pretend that you're punching Tony Stark or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm Norman Osborn.
The Patriot. Doug, how's it going, buddy? Welcome back.
I'm so happy to be back. It's already been a great show. That song wasn't so bad.
No, that was actually one of his better ones. Normally his songs get very repetitive over and over and over again, very quickly within like 20 seconds.
Well, I think he was very professional tonight and cut it off before that happened.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, that was very good. I actually like that song. I think that might be my favorite of yours because it didn't have the same formula, like it jumps into a chorus back into the thing. It was like,
He's really growing as an artist.
Doug, can I talk to you a little bit?
Oh, sure.
Here we go.
Doug, it's good seeing you again. We had fun at the podcast. You're the Messiah of marijuana. You got one eye that looks like it's on indica, one eye that looks like it's on sativa.
Hey, that's a Jeff Ross line.
Now, okay.
Now, the comic Patriot, stealing should not be part of your repertoire of comedy.
You're right.
That was a good line when Jeff said
You're
it.
right.
It's funny how it also didn't get a laugh when the comic Patriot said it.
But I do love watching your new show, Getting Doug with High. I've watched all the episodes. And this is what I want to ask you is, you always have your first smoke down of the day at 4:19. Now, did you arrive at that precise time over a lot of experimentation over the years of, smoking too early and too late? How did you come at that time?
Is this a real question?
It's 4:19. Is that?
You've heard of 420, comic Patriot?
Oh.
There you go.
Oh my God, that really just happened. Oh my God.
Every episode at 4:19, I announce that it's 4:19, and then we're smoking at 4:20. Somebody just threw some energy drink. 5 hour energy.
Can I ask you this, Doug? I know that Tony isn't a big enough star on his own to come on your show, but what if I came?
Jesus Christ!
What if I came?
Oh my God, you piece of shit! Oh, it's Brian that's doing stuff.
What if I came along with him? Would that be enough star power for us together?
Oh my God, Patriot!
You're a couple couple steps ahead of me, which is odd because you can barely move in that thing. But I was thinking about doing an episode where you just stand in the corner and do this thing that you're doing now.
No.
Because that'd be pretty fun. Because we could just blow pot smoke in your face the whole time.
Well, I want to be right in there though with you in the conversation. I don't want to be on the side. I want to be participating.
Put a tube into them. Like, so a tube's just coming out the side and we all blow it.
Yeah, let's blow it inside your costume.
I don't think that'd be fun.
We'll send a bus. We'll send some sort of a bus or something to come and get you, so you could stand in the suit.
We can put a tube that goes like straight up to the top of his head, so that when we blow smoke into it, just comes right out of his eyes and shit. We
Like
get
just
right
said.
on it. Right. No, I mean I can really picture it being great.
It's a great idea.
We should just do that anytime, even if it doesn't do good. Right.
And of course, Tony is big enough stoner to be on the show. It's,
How dare you, Petrie? What kind of team player are
I
you?
want him to bring me though. That's why I was trying to make an excuse why I can come too, because I want to come down to Culver City to that studio and see that video podcast network.
all right. Well, it bothers me that you know where it is. We're gonna have to blindfold you before bringing you to the specific location.
Can I talk movies with you real quick before we move on?
That's up to the hosts, of course.
Okay. There's a movie that came out in 2011.
Brian, I said hosts.
It's called
Brian, weigh in on this. Can you talk movies with me?
Just one more thing. I don't get to talk to Doug very often. There's a movie that came out in 2011 called Take This Walk. And there's a shower scene that not only shows Sarah Silverman naked, but Michelle Williams too. Have you seen that?
I have seen it.
It's pretty awesome.
It's one of those kind of slice of life kind of moments in the picture where there's also a lot of different sized ladies in the same shower.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a weird, a lot of different emotions in my dick.
What is your favorite shower scene in the movie?
Because I do love me that Michelle Williams, but I feel seeing Sarah Silverman. What?
What is your favorite shower scene from a movie with women in it?
Women in it. What do you think he was gonna say? The Penn State documentary?
I loved when Kevin Bacon got out of the shower in Wild Things and you saw his dog. Women in the shower was my favorite.
Puggies is my favorite.
Oh, that's pretty good. Carrie's good too. I knew he'd agree. He said, "Yep."
All right.
No, I can't think of any offhand, but
Well, when I get back to movies we talk about.
Teacher, you know how to bring up.
get on Douglas movies also.
This guy's a fucking machine.
Do you like food? Can you eat in that thing?
No, I eat before I come.
Get the feeling.
Wow,
he said
that should be in your personal ad.
His back page. You know, I'd like to have a little sandwich before you did this.
Well, let's get this thing started. You have been on before, Doug, and we had you at the podcast fest. You guys know comedians, over 30 of them signed up tonight. It's so much fun. You guys know that you get 60 seconds. You know that 60 seconds up when you hear that sound of a kitty. That means wrap it up and don't do much more than that, or else she'll bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Furious. So here we go.
Oh, you know what you should bring out is that guy that was yelling after the game yesterday to Aaron Andrews.
Oh, he was great.
Yeah. Richard Sherman.
Yeah.
It's so funny his name's Richard Sherman.
It's crazy.
Did Richard Sherman write Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious with his brother?
Yeah. Wow.
That's true.
That's an interesting fun fact.
Saving Mr. Banks. I just saw that. So.
When Richard Sherman did that last night, the group of people that I was watching it with was more excited at that part of him freaking out than the entire game.
I love that Aaron Andrews, she didn't just watch all that shit go down between him and Crabtree.
Right.
She goes, when he's screaming, she's like, well, who's this directed at?
Yeah.
Who are you talking about?
So
That
fun.
guy, all that fighting they were just doing in that game that we were all watching.
She really went against the
Especially the
grain.
reporters who be watching.
She really didn't roll with that one. She had a good chance to have something fun happen. She went on.
She sure did.
Well, let's get it started, guys. You guys excited or what? Your first comedian goes by the name of Brendan Cooney? Well, it can be anything. Your name's Brendan. You're up.
I'm a middle-class white guy who's either stand-up comedy or anything else I wanted to do. Funny thing happened to me the other day. I was at the grocery store, and there was a rather large woman behind me. And all of a sudden, the entire ham fell out of her dress onto the ground. I think she was trying to steal the ham. What she did was she looked down at the ham, then she looked up at me and she said, "Who be throwing hams? Who be throwing hams?" I wanted to point and be like, "That guy." But I was laughing too hard, so opportunity missed. Speaking of buying stuff, I hate going to Starbucks because I always mispronounce the name, the coffees. Like the other day, I asked for a tall caramel Mama Say Mama Sama Makusa. They don't have that at Starbucks. Speaking of drinks, there's a new study that just came out that said that diet soda can cause depression. But I have to keep drinking diet soda because what does it matter anyways?
I kind of wish that cat was in the act when he does it elsewhere. Says that line, and then he
Throws it out the window in a trash can. He sounded very talk show hosty. Like he sounded like your segues were very very unnatural, and it kind of threw me off. But other than that, yeah, man.
It's actually an interesting one because I coincidentally was walking through the original room like 45 minutes ago or something, and I saw you just as I was walking from one side of the back to the front, and I saw you do that joke about how I'm middle-aged and white, so medium, or whatever the hell you said about being able to do whatever you want. And I laughed then, but I think that you totally said it completely different than how you said it the first time downstairs. And you got it across down there, which is an audience, so I don't know why I'm really referencing it.
What's the difference?
I think there was something.
Do you remember?
I think it really
Do you
was.
know what you changed?
I think it was the pacing, really.
Well, yeah, it was the pacing. Yeah, it was like I started off with "What's up, friendly audience," and then there was probably more confidence. I would say there was. Right now.
Why do you think that way? If you had to guess on why that would be.
Maybe I was just shocked when I got big first. Or I don't know, I'm a big fan of Doug Benson.
Oh shit! It could be like the Golden Globes, you know. Every acceptance speech was, I didn't think I was going to win. And I'm always amazed by that because you have a 1 in 5 chance. In your case tonight, you had a 1 in how many people do you think there are?
30 something.
Yeah, so I buy that as an excuse. I'm on board with that. I mean, you know, sometimes there are things that throw you off your game, and when you can recognize them and adjust. And that's why I liked when you walked up here and just went Cooney, just said it, and then went into your act, just very matter of factly. You didn't, whine about it, but missed opportunity there because maybe you've said something funny about it, and then everyone would have enjoyed the fact that you ad-libbed something based off of the awkwardness that had just happened. But yeah, I mean, clearly a professional presentation.
Right.
Speaking of,
About the ham falling out.
Yeah.
The ham falling out.
I thought the voice was interesting. Had you said the ethnicity of the lady, or was that supposed to be a surprise?
I don't go into that now, yeah.
Yeah, I was sort of surprised by that when it was such an ethnic sounding voice. But
Especially it sounded like a guy.
it was funny though. I mean, it was a funny voice.
One thing
I'm not going to argue with that.
One thing I would say is that you could definitely add on to a lot of that stuff. It seemed, I don't know if that's your take, is like change direction. Almost, it was very one-liner-esque, but it almost didn't seem that way. But you're like right in the middle of a one-liner and not. Is that the way that you roll, or is that a thing, or do you like changing direction that often, or like for example the Starbucks joke after you do the Mama Say or something, like you could have you go to a different topic after that, and after your opener with the middle-aged white thing, you go into something totally different. It really doesn't have to do with that.
I usually tell stories and then I have one
I think it's the minute restriction, if I may, on your behalf. I think it's the minute restriction that's making him throw out as many of his wares as possible.
How long have you been nuts?
About 2 years.
In LA?
No, I came back from LA to Virginia, which is like 4 years.
How long have you been in LA?
Now, a little over a year.
Awesome. Well, there you go.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Cooney. It's Cooney.
Soon to be Arlington phenom. Cooney.
Do you think that
I
looks
think
like
that's the other thing you should do is just cut it down to just Cooney. This Brendan stuff at the beginning is slowing it down. Ladies and gentlemen, Cooney.
he's on Twitter as Cooney or Die. At Cooney or Die. Cooney or Die.
Well, that's fun.
All right. Your next comedian goes by the name of Sean Khan.
Round of applause if you've seen the movie Lion King. All right, great. I don't like that movie because it doesn't make any sense to me. You remember at the beginning of the movie, Simba and Nala are wrestling, all it's like, haha, ninja. They wrestle again. She's like, haha, ninja again. Like 15 years later, Nala's Simba tackles her at the last second, not to again. And then Nala's like, oh my God, Simba, you're still alive? You need to come back. You need to fight Scar. Things are terrible. It's like, Nala, why do you want Simba to fight Scar? You want to defeat Simba for the third time in this movie. It's like, can't you do it yourself? You just prove you're like a black belt in jiu-jitsu and like black belt like lion jiu-jitsu. You're like a voice Gracie in the Lion King. It's like you can't fight Scar. Simba can't beat you. If you want Simba to fight Scar, Simba is going to die.
Fuck yeah. Did you just recently get really high and watch The Lion King?
Like 3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago? And that's what was happening. You were
Well,
noticing
just
all
in
that
time.
shit when that was going on.
Finally, someone's called that movie on its bullshit.
Yeah, you really gotta. I think that kills if a crowd just gotta. Lip sync the Lion King. You know what I mean?
Well, who hasn't? That's the lives we're leading. We've all seen The Lion King.
Joe. Yo.
What the fuck, dude?
Are you ready?
Wake up.
I'm ready.
It's Michael Jackson documentary.
Let's do it.
Are you even awake?
I'm wide awake. I've been waiting on you.
Do you think I was gonna show up? Or do you think I was gonna close it?
I thought you were going to show up.
Wait, yes or no?
I thought you were going. I thought you were going to show up. Can you hear me?
Sorry, your mic just glitched. What did you say? Weren't
I thought you were.
or were? Okay.
I thought you were.
All right. Well, it's square one. Code square one. I'll start streaming it.
It's called Square One?
Now this better be the best goddamn documentary I've ever seen in my entire life.
Oh, without a doubt, dog. But give me a second. Why is it? It's called Square One?
Yeah.
Okay, how was your day?
No complaints. Pretty chill.
Did you sleep all day?
I wish.
Well, why didn't you?
I freaking wish. I mean, I kind of did. I woke up like 3. So pretty damn late.
Okay. How is Yellow?
She's good.
Okay, just give me a second to get my bearings.
John.
Just give me a second to get my bearings.
Okay.
I have to pee. I'm going to grab some water. And then I'm all yours.
Okay. Go take your whiz.
I'm a whiz kid, baby. I'm Wiz Khalifa. All right, before we start, can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
This is bullshit. All right, before we start, my question to you is, do you think he's guilty?
I mean, he was never convicted, to my knowledge. So, but I guess guilty in the court of law, or just guilty and not caught.
Do you think he molested kids?
Honestly, I don't really know that much about it.
Okay. That's an
I've heard people say that he would never do that, and then other people say that he had a Ferris wheel and the petting zoo in his backyard.
Oh yeah, no doubt. He had all that shit. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, I don't know whether that was a ploy or not to do all that shit. Is another thing. I don't know. I hope not. I guess I hope not. But he probably won't be the first like billionaire person. But I also, was he married at all ever?
Yeah, he married Elvis's daughter.
How old was she?
She was like 20.
Okay.
But that was supposed to be, and I mean this, Riser, when that happened, that was supposed to be like the biggest marriage ever. Meaning, like a super marriage. I can't even put into terms how big it would be in today's day and age because we don't have pop stars that big. But like, it would be like, it just
super famous people getting married.
Yeah, but we don't have anybody that big. Those are the two biggest people. Elvis is arguably the biggest, and Michael Jackson's arguably the biggest. And yeah, so he married her, and then they got divorced pretty quickly thereafter. So that didn't really last too long. And
they had a child?
No, they did not have a child though.
No children.
No, but Michael Jackson
has
has
2-year marriage.
Yeah, but he has 3 children that we know of. Paris, Michael, and Prince, and he had them, I think, through in vitro fertilization with this lady, and she's from Canada, I think, something like that.
Paris, Prince, and Biggie.
Isn't it Michael?
Prince, Paris, and BG.
Oh, okay.
Also formerly known as Blanket, right? You named it one because it's Blanket.
Right. Okay.
Okay, yeah, just based on the fact that he named this child Blanket, for the needles pointing towards guilty a little bit.
No, don't let that happen. There's some weird pictures of him with like kids on his lap. Okay, so here's what I think. Before even going,
also the dude's white as a ghost.
Yeah, but he had vertigo, vertigo, which I think caused him some distress. Look, he grew up in a really abusive.
I don't know, it's like some like rare skin disease or something.
It's not rare. Joe Rogan has it.
Really?
Yeah, if you look at Joe Rogan's hands, like Joe Rogan's like Sicilian, so he's got like darker skin, and his hands, part of the like pigment has gone away, and he's self-conscious about it. And it might.
Okay, yeah, no, I've seen some people with it, and
They're like, it's like a tie-dye shirt kind of effect.
Yeah,
Like just patches of it.
yeah. It used to kind of freak me out, but now I kind of think it's cool. I know that's kind of a weird thing to say, but it used to be like, I don't know, as I was a little kid, like people who were not normal kind of freaked me out. Um, I'll just say this. I hope no one takes offense to it, but like uh, albino people freaked me out. However, I think they can be really beautiful now. It's just I didn't know it. I didn't really know any albino people until I was older, and then I've known some really attractive albino people. Really attractive albino people.
They have red eyes.
Yeah, kind of free. Like I remember their eyes like would shake like back and forth. Like they kind of freak me out. But
aren't those things like rare though? Or sorry, not people. Things.
perhaps. I mean, she just looked like a redheaded Irish person, but in reality, she was like African American, and it's one of those things. If you're not exposed to it early, or it's not, you just the more you're exposed to it, the more you recognize it's just a normal thing about life, and those people are no different than anyone else. But when I was a little kid, they were never on television. They were never represented in media, and so I don't know. I don't even know where I saw my first albino person. Probably at the mall or something, and um, it was freaky to me. Um, but with Michael Jackson, he grew up in a really shitty place, and allegedly, like his dad may have crushed his testicles to make him a vibrato or whatever, like a soprano singer. And uh, I'm not using this to justify his actions, but they basically took his childhood away from him. His dad moved to Los Angeles with the family. Like his dad worked in a steel mill and was sick of working in a steel mill. Had a ton of children, and it was hard to provide for all of them. So he made them into a band. They came to Los Angeles, and um, they might have done Motown first, but like uh, they were like they were amazing, and he Joe Jackson has a lot of kids with his wife, who's still alive, and and a lot of people think like, oh, Janet Jackson was in the Jackson Five. She was not. She was the baby, or like one of the youngest of them. So they had the Jackson Five in this family, plus or plus all of Michael Jackson's career, plus Janet Jackson's career. That's a big. That's a huge like accomplishment. And Michael Jackson left the Jackson Five and went on his own and wasn't. I mean, maybe he was a phenomenon, but like his early music videos weren't that big or anything. Uh, but became a phenomenon in like the '80s, an absolute phenomenon. Like, um, I remember I wasn't allowed to watch anything Michael Jackson related because my community like was big on modesty and generally, and like he was kind of he was sexual with his like grabbing his crotch and stuff. So I never really got that much into Michael Jackson as a kid, but um, I did uh, have a little bit of knowledge of what he was, and when I was little, well, I don't know, I was like 7 or 8 or something. We went to Universal Studios, um, not in California, but in Florida. They have this like Florida, because like I've been to Disneyland, uh, as a kid that was like a thing, but I'd never been to Disney World, and so my parents wanted to see what Disney World was like. So we went to Disney World, and then we went to Universal Studios, which is different, and they had this is the first 3D thing that I ever saw, and Michael Jackson had this 3D um, show where you would wear like 3D glasses, and it was the first 3D thing I had ever seen. And I thought 3D would become more popular, but it didn't. It just never really took off. Though I think it could in the future. 3D,
Yeah, I mean, it kind of did. It kind of did take off.
But not to
There's still 3D movies now, aren't there? Probably.
Yeah, but not to the point where the majority of movies are 3D. That never happened.
Sure, yeah.
And I just remember um, the tie-in with Pepsi seemed interesting to me, and like he was sponsored by Pepsi a lot. Pepsi did what they could to sponsor everything that was new and cool and hip, trying to gain market hold during the cola wars with Coca-Cola. And so like they sponsored Michael Jackson, they sponsored Britney Spears, they sponsored Kendall Jenner. Like they did everything they could to try to like get an inroad there because Coca-Cola dominates market share. Okay, so then in the mid '90s, there were these allegations against Michael Jackson about child molestation, and you would hear like he had a bedroom that had like a button that he could push to lock the door, and like all of the people who would work there, they were never allowed in his bedroom, and he would have sleepovers with kids, and I don't know, I kind of think they're weird parents would let their kids stay at Michael Jackson's house overnight, um, and
one at a time or group?
like small groups. Like Michael Jackson would be like, "Oh, you have a really nice son, or whatever. I'd love to have him over. We have a petting zoo, and we have a Ferris wheel, and we have a roller coaster, and we're gonna eat pizza and watch movies and popcorn. And I have a theater. And like, what kid wouldn't want to do all that shit, especially with the biggest pop icon ever? Um, and so allegedly he did that with a lot of kids, and it was just allowed. Like today, I don't know. I mean, I guess I say that, but then there's like the Epstein files, where, but I mean that is different. These were little kids, like 4, 5, 6. And we're not talking like emerging girls who are going to be super hot in like 5 or 10 years or something. Like whatever. We're talking like little boys. I shouldn't say 5 or 10 years, but like you know like basically these were not like he Michael Jackson was not recruiting these chicks because they were models. To my knowledge, it really wasn't a girl thing. Um, he wouldn't have girls over; it was all boys. But we'll find out. Now, another interesting thing about this, Michael Jackson had some major friendships that were. Do you know who Macaulay Culkin is? He was in Home Alone.
Home Alone, yeah.
Yeah.
That guy turned out, or like, yeah, it got his life. It went a strange direction.
Yeah. Michael Jackson and Macaulay Culkin were like really good friends. They would say that they were best friends, but Michael Jackson was like 40, or he was older, maybe not 40, but like 35 or something. And um, allegedly, like Michael Jackson was even in one of the Home Alones. You can't really see him, and he's uncredited, but because he wanted to go see, he would call Macaulay Culkin Mac. He'd want to go see Mac on the set, and that whole um, like child actor kind of thing is weird. I kind of stayed out of it, but I did know someone who was on who has a baby was on a major television show called Murphy Brown, and as they got older, like they had like a nice nest egg because of that. Um, but for some of these kids, they end up it ruins their lives because they can't get hired to do anything else. Everybody knows them as this one thing, and there wasn't a podcast world back then. So what they would do, they'd go to Comic Cons and they would just sign autographs, and that's how they made their money. It was just it's kind of a sick thing, and I think the state of California should step in and say, look, these companies are making huge amounts of money off children. If they're gonna have to do that, that's fine, but they have to have like a retirement fund for these people, or not just even a retirement fund, but like an adulthood fund. Like once you hit 18 years old or whatever, you get a little stipend off of all of this, the media and stuff that is being made off of you from a little kid, because you don't know what you're signing. Like by law, you're not allowed to sign anything, so you have to have a parent do it. And I think, in my opinion, the state of California should step in, but that's not my decision. Um, okay, I'm almost done. So, while Michael Jackson was going through these trials, um, his his reputation was just dragged through the ringer, and there's an argument to be made. I don't know, but he traveled to the Middle East and wrote some songs about the issues that are happening in Israel, and perhaps that hurt his record label or hurt his relationship with his record label. He wrote a song called They Don't Really Care About Us, and some of the lyrics in it are kick me, kike me, go ahead and fight me, Jew me, sue me, go ahead and do me, something like that. And those are just not words that are used in, like, nobody uses those. Even like Kanye West, I don't think used those kind of words. Um, and so I don't know if those were related, but then Michael Jackson. He was in a Simpsons episode, which it's one of my favorite Simpsons episodes that isn't shown on any of the streaming because of its association with Michael Jackson. Did you ever see that Simpsons episode with Michael Jackson?
I have not, but that's funny they shadow banned it.
Yeah. And it's got one of the best songs I've ever seen in media. It's called Happy Birthday Lisa, and it's just amazing. Now, the thing was, Michael Jackson allegedly could do the voice of the guy, of the character, but could not sing. There was like some kind of stipulation like that. So they had a Michael Jackson sound alike, but nevertheless, the music in it is wonderful. Um, and it's this story of this like guy who like gets out of like some type of hospital, who's an adult man, who's like a big fat guy, and he makes friends with Bart Simpson and like lives with Bart Simpson, and it's just like foreshadowing of like how Michael Jackson would spend time with kids or whatever. Okay, then Michael Jackson, he was still putting out music like into the 90s as I got older, and some of the music was pretty good. It wasn't what he was in the 80s, but it was what he was in the 90s. But the big thing about him, in addition to the allegations, was his skin had changed. He'd literally gone from looking like a good-looking African American man to, I don't know what to describe it as. And then he did so much plastic surgery, which was not even like seen. He's like a forerunner of plastic surgery, and I would say there's like a condition that you have when you think you like have to think everything's perfect, and you keep doing plastic surgery. I forget the name of it, but he was like looks.
Body dysmorphia.
Thank you, absolutely, body dysmorphia. He was like looks maxing before that, like long before that was a thing, but then it moved into body dysmorphia, and like I had heard that and then there was this thing he did a concert in the 80s where his hair caught on fire at a Pepsi concert, and it caused him like damage to himself. Like Michael Jackson, one of the reasons why he was so big is his concerts were bigger than anything, and for as big as he was in the United States, he was so flipping big around the world. Like, if you've ever seen his concerts in like in like Asia, and like Japan and stuff, people would be like crying, and like in like Indonesia, like Philippines, like he was the first like international superstar that I knew. The Beatles had done it. Elvis never traveled outside the United States because his his um, his manager had actually allegedly killed somebody in like the Netherlands or something, and uh, basically was like an illegal immigrant in the United States and didn't want anybody to find out about it. So he had like brainwashed Elvis, don't ever travel outside the United States. So Elvis never did a world tour. Elvis just did a lot of movies, like in Hawaii and stuff. But Elvis did a lot of movies. But anyway, Michael Jackson was the first like individual to just do these huge world tours, and he was popular everywhere he went. He met Princess Diana, who was like a huge fan of his, and there's this infamous story of uh, he was doing, I think, like Wembley Hall or something in London, and Prince Charles and Princess Diana came to the show, and um, Michael Jackson. Or Princess Diana said, "Thank you for playing or whatever, but you didn't play my favorite song." Her favorite song is called "Dirty Diana." But "Dirty Diana" is about it like a whore named Diana, and he said that he didn't play it because he didn't want to offend her, and it was kind of this awkward thing, like, "Oh, if had I known that you liked that song, I would play it, but I actually played it because I thought it would offend you." And then he like touched her, and you're not supposed to touch royalty, and that caused Prince Charles to piss him off. That pissed off Prince Charles, and like he like escorted Princess Diana away. But like Michael Jackson was like in with the inroads of that. He was really close friends with Elizabeth Taylor, if you know who Elizabeth Taylor is. She was like one of the biggest stars of like the 50s. She was like Cleopatra, and she had been married like 7 times, and she had built this like this like beauty and perfume um, empire. Anyway, then getting into the early 2000s, Michael Jackson became a punchline. Everybody would like make fun of him because of his skin, which is kind of sad. Like we don't we don't see that there's something deeper there, and they'd also make fun of him because of his nose. And then he was going to um, go on tour in 2009. It was summer 2009, and he was just about to do the history tour, which was going to be this huge tour. And then they pronounced him dead of an overdose on I forget the drug, but I've been on the drug that he was on. It was he called it mother's milk, and he would take it every night before bed. And I took it after some surgeries, and I remember awaking in the like post operations room, and the nurse was there. She's like, "All right, how you feeling?" And I'm like, "Oh, I feel great." And she's like, "You should. You just took what killed Michael Jackson." I was like, "Oh man, this is a really good drug." It was a really good drug. It's a really good feeling. Um, and and so I could see.
You just throw a bottle to go.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you wanted to do. It was like I had I was just like, oh, okay, well, now I see why this was so addictive. Um, and then his doctor was prosecuted, and I think they did like he had to serve like 2 years or something like that. I forget. But anyway, trying to think of, oh, and then so Neverland Ranch, to give you an idea of where Neverland Ranch is. Like, okay, uh, just the California coast. There's the border with Tijuana. Then there's San Diego across the border. Then there's Camp Pendleton, which is a Marine Corps base. Then there's Orange County, where Irvine is. It's where I'm based out of, and that's where Disneyland is. Then there's Los Angeles. Then there's Malibu, and then there's like a bunch of nothing. Uh, Maybe like just like some small cities and stuff. And then there's Santa Barbara, and then there's a place called Cabrillo, something like that. And Montecito is where Michael Jackson was, and and it's like super nice. It's nicer than Beverly Hills. It's nicer than Malibu. The reason why you get a place in Montecito is because you've made so much money that you don't want to be a part of Hollywood anymore. That's where like Oprah lives. That's where Ellen lives. That's where Meghan Markle and Prince Harry live, and I love it up there. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's stunning, and Santa Barbara is amazing. Santa Barbara is one of the biggest party schools in the United States. It was number one this year. It's just a bunch of really wealthy kids who just go there and don't have anything else to do. And the interesting thing about the city of Santa Barbara is it's like this really quaint place, but there are no jobs. There are like no jobs for anybody. So you can't just go there and be like, "Oh, I'm going to set up shop here." No, there are no jobs. Like maybe you might work as a barista or something, but there's no infrastructure. So you basically have to make all your money in Los Angeles and then make like huge amounts of it to move up there, which is really I've always felt was interesting. All right, but that's where Neverland Ranch was. And Michael Jackson built Neverland Ranch, and it was giant. It had petting zoos. Oh, another really interesting thing about Michael Jackson is he had a monkey, or actually a chimpanzee, named Bubbles, and Bubbles is still alive today. And Bubbles actually bit um, Rashida Jones from Parks and Recreation when she was little, um, because her dad was Quincy Jones, and Quincy Jones produced like Michael Jackson's music, so they got to know each other. Um, but Michael Jackson was so wealthy that when the Concorde existed, the first supersonic public jet, Michael Jackson would not only buy a seat for himself, which was already tens of thousands of dollars basically, but he would buy the accompanying seat next to him for the monkey, and they would allow it. And but apparently the monkey was not that well behaved, and even though Michael would take the monkey around like his baby, um, the monkey would poop everywhere, and they had to have it wear a diaper, and it just wasn't happy. And so after Michael, or like as Michael got older or whatever, they had it go to like a chimpanzee retirement facility, I think in Florida or something. But that chimpanzee, it's not a monkey, it's a chimpanzee, still alive. And if only that animal could talk, like we would know a lot of the secrets of whether this is true or not. Um, but just of all the pop stars of anybody, he lived. I mean, and we're including Kanye West and Justin Bieber and um, Justin Timberlake and Britney Spears, like all of them who have had like kind of weird lives. Michael Jackson was by far the weirdest. And so, with that being said, with the allegations, I I don't want to believe it, and so I go into it not wanting to believe it, but knowing that grown men just don't take pictures with other people's kids on their lap without the other parent there, like usually like that's just not like a thing. And I don't know, I've heard just through the wire or whatever, through the probably just like message boards and forums and stuff, like there would be pilots of planes that Michael Jackson was on, and the pilot would like open the door to the cabin or whatever and see Michael Jackson like just fiddling with children. I don't want to believe it. I mean, that's just something that somebody wrote on the internet. I don't know if it's true or not, but what I'm trying to say is like the whole story about Michael Jackson has been skewed that he's guilty. The only reason why he got away was because he had enough money to pay law. He didn't even have these things go to trial usually. He would just say, "How much is it to settle?" The interesting thing was though, like they didn't really ever do criminal trials against him. But if it were a normal person, he would have been in jail for a long time, no doubt. But he had so much money that he was able to pay huge legal teams to be able to defend him. Now, with that being said, let's watch.
What do you mean? You just said you don't want to believe that he did, but you also believe that he was paying people hush money.
Oh yeah, no, that's all true. I believe that I know he was paying people hush money. He paid like the first person like $13 million or something, which is a huge amount of money then. And then he just kept having
Which person?
um, this little kid. Uh, I'm trying to think of the.
Okay, so definitely guilty of paying a little kid $13 million. Definitely guilty.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, but it was to save his name, kind of. So I don't want to say that that was necessarily like showing 100% guilt. Okay.
Why would you need to pay a child that chunk of money?
Well, it's a good question. The argument is that Michael Jackson was, um, gonna have to pay that much in lawyer fees anyway. So, or perhaps more. And it was just basically a thing like, look, you're already fucked. They're already gonna come for all your money. So just instead of um, paying maybe $25 million to lawyers, just settle with this kid and his family, and then maybe they'll go away. But they didn't go away. At least the allegations didn't go away.
The allegations of diddling.
Yep. Now, if you're like, what's taking so long? Normally I watch on another device, but the other device is saying that I have to um, verify my email, and I don't quite remember what email I use. So just give me a second. So did you know any of that about Michael Jackson?
No, that's pretty much all the shit.
Okay.
I remember watching his funeral when he died when I was like 10 or something. Because I like got home from school and then I was like, oh, Michael Jackson's funeral's on. And it was like a big deal. Lots of people were watching it. People were sad.
Yeah. Now here's an interesting.
I guess.
Definitely. Now here's an interesting one. I think this is really interesting. The day after Michael Jackson died. Okay, so I remember where I was in Orange County when he died. I remember being really affected by his death, watching it on TV with my roommate, and um, and just feeling like I had to get closer to him, and so I drove from Orange County to Hollywood Boulevard, and then to Sunset Boulevard, and I was just listening to Michael Jackson music, and it was all over the radio. Here's an interesting thing. I think we've talked about this before, but before Michael Jackson died, Michael Jackson's music was not popularly played on the radio. Not because it wasn't popular; it was very popular. But Michael Jackson just had so much control over his estate that over his music that it would only be played under certain conditions, and the conditions were that it would only be in like a movie or something like really big. Um, and I saw that Michael Jackson. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. I found what I needed. Um, uh, as soon as Michael Jackson died, his music was all over the radio, and it like basically hasn't stopped. Uh, it was almost like the person who was like in charge of his estate was finally like, okay, yeah, now we can start playing it. But what really connected with me was Michael Jackson. I was never a huge Michael Jackson music fan until the game Grand Theft Auto Vice City. And Grand Theft Auto Vice City changed my life on video games. It was the first video game that I ever had 100% completion on, and I absolutely loved it. And it had the best soundtrack of any video game in global history by far. It is just a phenomenal soundtrack. And the first song in the video game is Michael Jackson's Billie Jean. Can you imagine like getting a song that big in a video game today? Like it's it was just it was giant. And I guess because I listened to that song so many times by playing that game that it just caused me to um it caused me to just like be a big fan. Okay, finally I got my email verified. Apologies for all that. I'm about to join. And so when he died, I drove to Sunset Boulevard because I saw an interview once of Michael Jackson where they asked him, "Where did you come up with the bass line for Billie Jean?" That do 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 bum 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 bum. And he said he was driving. He said he was driving on Sunset Boulevard, um, and that was the sound that the street was making when he was driving. And so I just like felt like I had to do that as well. And so I would usually LA is super super packed with traffic, but I was there at like 4 in the morning when like nobody was there, and I was just cruising the street, just connecting with Michael Jackson, and I always thought that that was interesting. All right, so my overall to clarify, I do think he did some things he wasn't supposed to do. He definitely settled with these families. Um, there were people who said he never touched anybody. There were people who said that he did touch people. His daughter Paris, who was always like a denier of anything, has come out recently saying maybe he did do it. To my knowledge, she was not at the premiere of the movie in Berlin that happened last week or whatever. Um,
Which movie?
Michael, it's going to be like the biggest movie of the year.
Oh shit!
It's a two-part. Dude, Zoot is obsessed with it and has been for. He's been talking about it for like a year, more than that. Like, um. Anyway, it's going to be giant. It's going to be a two-part movie. If it were a one-part movie, it would maybe be the biggest biopic of any movie of all time, but it still has the chance to be. And so this first Michael movie goes from Michael through Bad, the band Bad the record, and I would say that Michael Jackson, um, that's when he was seen in like generally a better light. But like people don't realize Michael Jackson, what he went through. This is an interesting thing from a race perspective. He was like the first
I don't know, maybe pop star who white women would like who was a black male. I'm not saying that that's the only one, but maybe openly. They liked Motown music, they liked soul music, maybe they like Marvin Gaye and stuff, but it was still taboo. But Michael Jackson basically, um, he united a lot of people, and because he had been in the spotlight since he was a little kid, it was seen as like perhaps not that controversial. Dude, Michael Jackson dated every hot chick of the '90s or of the '80s. He dated Brooke Shields when they were both little like younger kids, but they would go to like the Oscars or the Grammys together. He dated Madonna. He dated like anybody who was big in the '80s. He was like the first person who would date them or whatever. So he was just like he was in interracial relationships even before uh like he was in interracial relationships, which like before it became more standardized. um he also was a very good looking man uh before he started working doing too much on his face and shit. um he was he always felt like his nose, he would say it looked too wide, and so he had a rhinoplasty. Nothing wrong with that. And around Thriller, when Thriller came out in 1983, it was um, it was maybe the height of his it was the height of his career. And they made Thriller. I'm sure you've seen the music video Thriller. It was the first music video that was over $1 million budget. It was the first music video that was over 10 minutes or something like that. And as you know, it's like people still do the Thriller dance on October 31st. It's like part of the culture now. Michael Jackson also loved movies, so he had this theater, um, and but I don't know. We'll watch, and it's one of the things. Like I hate to have um, this this philosophy, but you have to be able to separate the art from the artist. If you don't, then you'll never like anything because someone's always going to shit on. Oh, this person jaywalked in 1987. How can you like that person? So I'm someone who can still like Michael Jackson, and but know that there may have been some bad stuff going on.
Yeah, let's see. All right, so you have your device.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna swap to my computer. So my mic's gonna cut out because Discord is a useless thing.
What's your favorite
Do not use.
Michael Jackson song?
There's like I don't even know the name of it, but some like the disco-y Jackson 5.
Okay.
Ones.
Yeah. Are you talking about
I don't know the name of it now. I have one saved. But I like the music.
Is it Rock With You?
I think
I wanna rock with you all night, dance on.
Oh yeah, no, it's not that one. Was that a Jackson 5 song?
No, that's a Michael Jackson song. Oh, you're talking it's a Jackson 5 song?
Yeah, no, I started listening to his earlier stuff and I was like, oh damn.
Yeah, okay.
The Jackson 5 stuff was fire.
Okay, so there's ABC, there's I'll Be There, there's I think it's like Don't Stop the Boogie or something like that.
I really am not sure.
That's okay.
What the name of it is, but just some earlier stuff. I mean, He has phenomenal music, which is why he's so popular.
I agree.
Very good, catchy song. All right, you ready?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for
One moment.
streaming this.
No problem.
I've been wanting to watch
Sorry if
this.
I woke you up.
You did, but I was waiting on you, so I woke up earlier to play with Miss Aquarius, and then knew that you probably wouldn't be in for a couple hours or so. So I'm like, oh, I'll go back to bed.
All right. Well, this better be the greatest documentary.
Well, I can tell you on that
it is rated that on
exactly on that list.
Play.
On that list, there are some really great documentaries on there that it beat out, and I can tell you that you may be pissed at me for this, but I might have seen this documentary a long time ago, and I remember. I should say this. I saw one documentary that changed my mind. That like, oh, this could all be wrong, but I don't know if it was this one. They did a documentary on him, on HBO that was really popular called Finding Neverland, something like that, Leaving Neverland, and that solidified in a lot of people's minds that he probably wasn't doing something right. But I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the thing that kind of makes a story like not as like clear cut, like when you mentioned like one of the first thing you mentioned of like how his own childhood was stripped away from him. Then,
Yeah, dude, his
like,
dad.
People make the argument that he was just giving these kids the most amazing childhood because that's what.
No, not at all. His dad was very abusive. Used to beat him with a belt. They grew up in
Yeah, no, I'm saying that like he didn't have a good childhood, so that's why he was so wanted to make sure other kids did.
Right. He grew up. I think they had like 9 kids or something. In like a three bed or like a 2-bedroom house or something. They all would live in the living room and stuff. They would play in strip clubs. The boys would before they were even 13 years old. And the strippers there, Michael Jackson would talk about the strippers and how he could see their soul. Like he could see that they were real people, and they could see that he was just a child, and they were just being used by the same money people who wanted to see entertainment and wanted to see, women or whatever. Um, but like he was in strip clubs at a very young age, which is, somewhat quite sad.
Yeah, I'm surprised that's actually legal.
Well, so a lot of times what will happen is it's not, but they will say that, like, hey, we're going to have entertainment before the girls come on or whatever. And so the entertainment goes up there and they play or whatever. And there are like some loopholes where you don't have to be 18 years old to perform in some establishments if you are performing. Like that's what happens a lot of times with stand-up comedians. They're able to go into places before they're 21 or whatever and perform. And so that's a loophole. And then they get in, and then they get exposed to all this stuff, and then um, there's the big thing. No, it's called a castrato, not a vibrato. So like there's this. There was this group of people in like the medieval era that because they were valued at being able to sing high, they would be castrated and basically their testicles would be crushed so that they would never uh, go through puberty or at least deepen their voices. And this was seen as like a really beautiful way of singing, especially during the Renaissance and such. But this eventually went away, but was still perhaps done in some circles. And there's the theory that this happened to Michael Jackson. That's why he never really had that deep of a voice. That basically he was a castrato. But then if you, but then like Zoot loves to talk about this. There are only a few interviews of Michael Jackson where you can hear him use his real voice, and it's much deeper than what you normally hear his voice as. Dude, they did this one documentary of Michael Jackson that was fascinating. I loved watching it. When Michael Jackson would go to a store and buy stuff, he would go to like Harrods, if you know what Harrods is. It's like, or yeah, in like London. It's like where you used to be able to buy a live tiger and a Ferrari in the same building. It was for many years like considered like the highest um, mall in the world or whatever, because like the British Empire would get shit from all over the world and like bring it to one place to be able to sell it. And Michael Jackson would go there and he'd be like, "Yeah, I'll take two of those vases. Actually, give me three of those vases. I'm gonna take these chandeliers." And they'd be like, "You already have that chandelier." He's like, "I know. I'm gonna take another two of those chandeliers. Um, I'm gonna these rugs. Yeah, just give me all the rugs that you have. I want let's see that painting. I have a painting like that already. Let's get that painting and also the painting next to it." He would just go through and buy everything like a drunk person on Amazon. Like, and it'd be hilarious because they actually got this on film where Michael Jackson's buying stuff and it's like it's just like
Wait, what the hell is it called?
Harrods or Harrods.
Herod.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good.
Yeah, it's called like Harrods Knightsbridge in London. It's like the fanciest mall. It's like the fanciest shopping place in the world, or for many years was. It's where like the Sultan of Brunei and the Saudi royal family, when they would visit London, that's where they would go to buy shit.
All right, let's start it.
Let's do it, baby.
Unless there's more Michael Jackson facts.
Okay, let me get them all out. Anything else that's really?
Was he a UFO believer?
I think he was fascinated by the subject. Never really got into it.
Is there any esoteric like references?
Oh yeah. Hold on. Yeah, there was a Michael Jackson alien thing in that 3D thing that I talked about that I saw at Universal Studios. There was some alien aspects of that. Michael Jackson was the first non marching band Super Bowl halftime show. So what am I saying? I believe it was in the early 1990s. The Super Bowl was finding that people were changing the channel during the Super Bowl because they were just playing like local high school bands, and it wasn't a phenomenon yet. So they had Michael Jackson perform, and the big thing about Michael Jackson's performance that shocked everybody, it took place at the Rose Bowl, and they had four lookalikes of Michael Jackson that they had like shoot up from these towers in the corners um, of the Rose Bowl, and it made it look like Michael Jackson was like teleporting from one place to another, to another, to another. And then after that happens, Michael Jackson shoots up from the middle of the stage and then performs, and that started the whole let's watch the Super Bowl halftime show. That was because of Michael Jackson. Trying to think of other stuff. He had a huge car collection, but he didn't drive, or like maybe he drove, but like barely. Oh yeah, I heard about this one. This was an interesting one. He would like he couldn't go anywhere without getting just uh just um like paparazzi everywhere and fans just like crying. Like there's this weird thing that happens with people, especially women, when they see some kind of pop star like that. They think they're seeing like a like a deity. Like they'll cry and like they'll scream like at the as loud as they can. And there's this story I heard about Michael Jackson where um, he liked to he didn't normally drive himself, but sometimes he would, and he would drive from Montecito, so like Santa Barbara area, which is like an hour and 15 minutes outside of Los Angeles. He would drive down the coast and he would just drive the streets of LA and like just show up in random places and just like go get, I don't know, like coffee wasn't really big then, but let's just say he'd go and get like a hot dog or something, get like some street vendor, and the street vendor would like look at him and it'd be like it would be Michael Jackson, and he would be like, "Don't say anything. Just I just want to live my life normally." And then people would respect it. You hear about this a lot with heads of state, like when the Secret Service or whatever is around them, like sometimes they'll sneak off away from their Secret Service detail because they just want to live their normal life, and the Secret Service isn't supposed to leave them. But a lot of times these guys build really good relationships with these Secret Service people because they're around them like all the time, literally 24/7. That they'll just like let them go. They're not supposed to though. Anyway, so I would find that interesting that Michael Jackson would do what he could to like get away from all of the hubbub of everything and just try to live a normal life. Oh, dude, I forgot I didn't say this. This is a really interesting theory. So there's the theory that he didn't die, and um, what's really interesting about this? Can you still hear me? You can't still hear me, Riser. Fuck, Riser. Riser.
I can hear you.
Okay. There's this theory that he didn't die, which is really interesting. There's the same theory about Elvis, and if you think of the one about Elvis, people think that you're absolutely bonkers. But there's a lot of evidence for the one for Elvis, like an incredible amount. Anyway, and both Elvis and Michael Jackson died the day before they were supposed to go on tour. And this is like a huge cash grab. Like everybody already paid for their tickets, and so it was like one extra huge money influx that they had. And without going into the Elvis one, which is fascinating, and I give more credence to than by far most people. The Michael Jackson one is really interesting as well. That the day after Michael Jackson died, or just within a few days, there used to be the show called Larry King Live on CNN. It was Joe Rogan before Joe Rogan. And this guy, Larry King, would have on all these famous people. And he had on a friend of Michael Jackson's. And Michael Jackson would make friends with like people who were like in hospitals, and like he would make friends with people who like celebrities don't normally make friends with, but he transcended all of that. And this one guy who he made friends with, I think this guy's name was David, was a burn victim. And so they had this random burn victim on television which very easily could have been Michael Jackson in a disguise. And this burn victim has, it's not like he came out of nowhere. He had been on TV a few times before then, but there's the theory that Michael Jackson just fucking was sick of all the shit that he was going through, recognized that his estate was taking a hit. The day before he goes on tour, he dies or whatever. We never see his body. There's never anything, it's not public or anything. And then he just just to basically reassure his friends, he would wear he wore this like mask and looked like a burn victim and basically got the last laugh on everybody.
Dope.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay. I'm going to swap to my computer. Oh, apparently if I submit a Discord report, they might be able to fix my microphone if everything else hasn't worked.
Doug, that's never gonna happen.
Audio subsystem legacy.
To this day, I'm sure you know this, Thriller is the largest selling album of all time.
Makes sense, I guess. All right. This. Yeah. Reset everything. All right. I'm gonna start the stream now.
Sounds
Here
great.
we go.
Sounds great. Thank you for streaming it. I'm excited. I've been waiting like a month to watch this.
various record labels or eras, which worked with the Grammys and different songwriters, things like that. It was a time to come together and really assess the landscape of music business. And the very first program meeting, I was introducing myself to the group as a whole. And I don't remember if I was running for some sort of representative position or if I just wanted to introduce myself for whatever reason. But I was wearing a Jackson Hickory Court t-shirt, and it was vintage. I just bought it in the village. And a young man came up to me and told me that he liked my shirt. That young man turned out to be George Chandler.
I have on the phone with me investigative journalist Charles Thompson, who is the winner of 6 national awards for his recent investigative work exposing the Shoeberry pedophile ring. So, Charles, you sat in on a lot of pedophile cases. What would you say are the main differences between the cases that you sat in on and the Michael Jackson case?
Well, of course, the first difference is that the cases I covered were all criminal cases where there was no real financial incentive to make allegations. So the motive of seeking millions of dollars is removed. And then in the cases where we've seen convictions that I've been sitting in, you had victims who were credible, who were consistent. And that's never been the case in the allegations against Michael Jackson. They've never been consistent. They've always turned out to be perjurers and people who are just looking for a payout.
Michael Jackson was one of the most famous people on the planet. It turns out he was also the target of intensive FBI scrutiny. Charles, I have also read that you have extensively studied the Michael Jackson FBI files. What are the findings of the FBI files and whether child porn was ever discovered at Neverland?
No child porn was ever found at Neverland, and in fact, there was a story that some child porn had been found around the time of the trial, and so the judge and the prosecutor both released a stipulation publicly, which was that no child pornography had ever been found at Neverland at Michael Jackson's properties. So that's not just something that fans say, that's the judge in the trial, and even the prosecutor said that there was no child porn. In terms of what the FBI files tell us, what they tell us is that for over a decade, the FBI was intermittently involved in investigating Michael Jackson. There's no evidence of sustained surveillance or sustained investigation. Only the authorities occasionally call the FBI to assist them with their investigations, but nonetheless, the files tell us that more than 20 different FBI departments investigated Michael Jackson at one time or another, but none of them found any evidence of any wrongdoing. Perhaps the most compelling piece of information that came out of those files was when the prosecutors in the 2003 to 5 Ibiza case sent away all the computers that they seized from Neverland for FBI analysis, and the FBI was unable to find anything incriminating on a single one of them. So the FBI files alone don't exonerate Michael Jackson, but they certainly don't incriminate him.
And in 2005, there was a study done by ABC with the top psychiatrists in the country, and they've all concluded that Michael Jackson's behavior would be very, very among pedophiles. And there are other psychologists and psychiatrists Derselbe Vater hat noch vor 2 Jahren im Interview gesagt, es hätte seinem Sohn nicht geschadet und Eltern sollten ihre Kinder ruhig öfter schlagen und immerhin hätte er seinen Sohn so geschlagen.
What happened? We can't hear it. Yo, dog. Can't hear it. Yo, can you hear me? We could hear it, but then we can't.
It's playing.
I know, but we can't hear. The sound went away.
What?
The sound went away.
Seriously?
Yeah, I heard up until the German guy started talking.
Oh, what the fuck?
It's okay. It's okay.
I tried getting rid of the banner that was in the way. But, alright, I'll go back to the way it was.
Why don't you have uBlock Pro installed?
I do have uBlock Origin, but it's like
That's what I meant.
the banner is just saying like you're sharing your Discord tab.
Ah,
it's like at the top.
I got you that one. Okay, there's
And
nothing.
then if I share my entire screen, it goes away, and then apparently the sound doesn't work for whatever reason. So you're positive it doesn't work?
Yeah, I couldn't hear it. Like the German guy, right when you did that, it was working and then it didn't. I heard everything about that girl from NYU who met that Chandler kid who liked her shirt that was vintage that she got in the Village. And then I heard like
I don't know why that was even the start.
I know. I was going to ask you the same thing, but I think I know why. There's that big thing. If you read the text, I'm sure you did. It said, like, that Chandler kid had never talked about the things publicly, but maybe he mentioned something to her. And allegedly, like, he did. Like, his parents were getting a divorce. This is what I know about him. His parents were getting a divorce, and it was a really messy divorce, and there was, like, a huge cash grab. And they saw this as a really good opportunity. The whole Michael Jackson relationship with their kid as a really good opportunity to make money.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's another huge factor in it as well. Is that you have like a target on your back.
Right. And in the text it said, so it was in 1993 they settled for $15 million. And the New York Times said in 1994 or whatever that that he could still be open to these types of lawsuits. And Michael Jackson, one other thing I wanted to say, he was so wealthy. This is an incredible story. I used to think this was such an interesting story when I was younger. Okay, so Michael Jackson and Paul McCartney became friends. And they did this really famous song called I forget the name of it. They did a famous song on like white and black or whatever. It doesn't matter if you're white or black or whatever, but it was like a white guy and a black guy singing at the same time. Okay. And Paul McCartney would say, we made a lot through touring and everything, but when all the bills are paid and everything, with all the record companies and everything, you don't really make that much money. Where you do make money is the music publishing. So what we did is we started to buy up people's music catalogs, and that's where we would make a lot of money. And Michael Jackson heard about this and then would eventually buy and outbid Paul McCartney for the Beatles catalog, which was the highest catalog of all time, and would eventually make huge amounts of money on this catalog.
Wasn't that like a dick move to
It-
open the guy who literally
it-
gave you that information?
it's a-
His own fucking shit.
It's a total dick move. It's a total dick move.
It was like Paul McCartney was like, "Hey, we were friends. Why are you buying all of my music now so I can't make money?"
Well, yeah, exactly. And Michael Jackson saw it as an investment opportunity. But okay, with that being said, Michael Jackson, and you've got to understand, I'm sure you do, the power of the dollar has just been decreased like incredibly. Like they may say that there's 2 or 3% inflation every year, but it's far more than that. That that's just what's being reported. So when I say that Michael Jackson had like a net worth of like maybe $500 million back then, in today's money, he probably would be worth like $5 or $10 billion, like huge money. But back then,
If it was in like the 80s or 90s.
Exactly $500 million is a lot. So when I say that he bought the Beatles catalog for like I don't know $200 million or something like that, it was like it doesn't seem like it's that much because you can be like, well, Taylor Swift bought her own catalog for $1 billion. Yeah, but you got to understand that like the dollar has changed since then. So anyway, Michael Jackson had to settle for $15 million for this one kid, and there were just kids lined up who were looking to get payouts just like it. And you can only take on a certain amount of those cases before it really starts to affect your overall net worth.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, they're framing him as kind of innocent in like the first 7 minutes. Like the documentary could just end because they're like, well, the FBI investigated, didn't find anything. That's it. Documentary's over. So we'll see what the next hour and a bit.
One critique that I've heard about this documentary, and this is just in the comments of that website, that Top Documentary Films, is it was obviously made by a Michael Jackson fan, but that's okay because I've only ever heard one side of this argument. Riser, one of the things that I love most in the world are is to hear the other side of a story that I've never heard before on an issue that I thought was settled. Like the moon. Like I love hearing like, oh, you mean there are people who think the opposite of what is said in the mainstream? And then it's just of incredible interest to me. And even if I don't necessarily believe it, I'll study that theory very, very well because I want to know both sides. And with the Michael Jackson one, um, I know kind of both sides, but I'm more open to hearing alternatives of what happened.
For sure, yeah. But does mainstream media think that he did it?
Oh yeah,
Or
definitely.
not did?
No. They think
Really?
Oh, for sure, dog. 100%. Dude, there were so many datelines and specials on um how he was a creep and everything. But the big thing that nobody talks about, he made a song that in the early 1990s that, without going into the politics of the situation, was not very favorable to Israel at all. And after visiting there, and he could have swayed a lot of minds in the United States on the United States' support of Israel. And then like the same year, this comes out by this kid, and um, I don't know much about the kid at all, but I know that um, He has never spoken out publicly that his parents were getting a divorce, and a lot of the allegations came from um, perhaps um, Jewish individuals. I'm not exactly sure, but then again, like Michael Jackson referred to Jews as vipers and stuff like that. So I don't know if it was like there was animosity because of the business. I'm not sure. I don't know. But I can tell you that I get people every single day. I get this one motherfucker. He shits on me every single day just because of my religion. I get people every day who just shit on me because of my religion, and I do my best to let um, that that fall off my back like water off a duck's back. And I do my best to be as impenetrable to that kind of discussion as possible. And I feel I do a very good job of it, facing it in so many different places, especially Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 Inu community. That they can be some of the meanest people, though not to me directly. The main people in there are usually pretty nice to me, but some of the stuff that I read in there can just be disturbing. But then there are some people who defend Jews as well and just say like like maybe that's your interaction or whatever. Um, in this situation though, there may have been more political aspects to Michael Jackson's beliefs that have never been talked about or were they don't are just not brought into the mainstream, and um, that could have something to do with it as well. And I don't know, but um, I've always heard that Michael Jackson felt like he was around a bunch of vipers. He would speak. There are some quotes of his that are, you know, many people could interpret as being very anti-Semitic. I don't like to put labels on things like that. I think that no matter who it was around you, just perhaps wealthy individuals of many different backgrounds wanted a piece of your pie, and maybe you're blaming one certain group for whatever reason. But there was one song that he was never allowed to publish, and it was in the early 1990s. And I didn't even know about this song until the last like 5 years. Like I didn't never heard of it. I've never heard this song. It's never been. I think the copies of it were destroyed. But there's this theory, and I'm not sure about it. But again, I like to know all of the backgrounds. Like, why did Michael Jackson go from being this beloved pop icon to all this shit going on? Is he perhaps was trying to take a stand politically that was not favorable with United States foreign policy at the time, and um, then thereafter, if you listen to Michael Jackson's songs, he did a bunch of songs that, or even towards the end of the 1980s and mid to late 1980s, he was very about helping the world. He sang on "We Are the World." He sang the song like for Free Willy, the main theme of that, which is like about uniting the world. He sang about the song like he had 3 or 4 songs that you don't really hear the 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 themes of anymore about uniting the world. Like you don't hear a song about uniting the. When's the last time? Let me just ask you. When's the last time you, Riser, heard a famous song about uniting the world?
um, I mean, arguably, depending on how abstract you want to interpret things, perhaps some mainstream songs be construed that way, but normally they're not. Yeah.
Isn't
I do not protest that statement.
exactly? And I'm just saying, and I don't either. I mean, I'm making it, but like it's been like since 9/11. 9/11 had some songs that maybe people made that tried to unite people to some extent, but like ever since then, it's just been about big ball of living and having sex with a bunch of dudes and or a bunch of women, and it's very independent, but it's never like political. And even for something so um, perhaps like innocuous as just world peace or uniting of people, that has been controversial. I can tell you in my streams just what I do. When people ask me, why do you stream your life? I say for world peace, and I mean it. I want to be an example to show the world that we're not all that different. And I get shit just for that. And it tells me that like there's some negativity towards that kind of a statement even, which I don't necessarily agree with, but anyway, what I'm trying to say, and what should be known is that perhaps Michael Jackson had some political ties or beliefs or even music that was not uh, favorable to American foreign policy.
That maybe he got assassinated because of it.
Well, I don't know if he was assassinated because of it. It would not surprise me in the least to know that he faked his death.
Just to live a quiet life again.
That's what allegedly Elvis did. And I can tell you where Elvis lived, allegedly. He lived in a city called Simi Valley, California, which is just north of Los Angeles. And it is a really weird city. It's filled with people in the witness protection, and many police officers live there. It's like it's a weird city. Um, and yeah, it's weird. It's like there are some cities in the United States where they're very innocuous. People don't know, but every single person in that city is in the witness protection, and they just don't know it, and they don't talk about it, and it's weird. Or there are many cities in the United States that are just intelligence cities, where every single person, their family works in intelligence, and they don't talk about it. I knew this girl uh, who I remember we were talking about our families, and somebody asked this girl what her dad did for a living, and she's like, I don't know. And we're like, you don't know? What do you mean? And she's like, I don't know. And very pretty girl. This girl was a model, and but she never knew what her dad did. Like that would always be strange to me. Like, um, I knew what my parents did. I knew what my friends' parents did, but there were like some people we just never knew what they did.
I mean, by not saying, you kind of do say it vaguely.
Well, yeah, but the thing was
criminal or a secret like service dude.
Exactly. The thing was though, we were so.
Or you just really don't like admitting that you work as a mailman.
Well, that could be too, but no, she lived in a very nice house, and we were, um, I mean, like I knew this person. We were neighbors, and um, we were. I just remember we were all like confused. Like, you don't know what your dad does? Like, I remember my one friend was like, "Wait, so let me get this straight. Like, our parents like my dad worked for a Fortune 500 company. My mom worked in investments. My friends' parents, like some of them were like they wrote music. They were like in music, and they were like music publishers. Or my other friend, his dad like worked was an executive in a government contractor. But like we still and his mom like worked at a hospital. Like we still knew what our parents did. But this one girl, her mom didn't work, and she didn't know what her dad did, and that was just that. And we would like push her on it. We'd be like, so don't you ask like how was your day at work or whatever? And she's like, no, we don't really talk about it. And it was just like it was just strange to me. But there are those people who exist, and there are some cities in the United States where you just don't ask what people's parents do. And then it becomes very and then it becomes like nepotistic. Like then you'll get a job working for the government or some clandestine organization, and then it becomes like you become generations of this. And then you'll marry someone within intelligence, and that becomes very common. It's the intelligence world is very interesting.
So secretive.
I agree. Okay, back to Michael
Do the
Jackson.
witness protection cities, do they give you options on which city you want to live? Like, can you take you to Elvis City, but when you be like, I don't want to live there, I want to live in
No,
Alaska?
no, they basically give you an ID and a background of if anybody asks about you, and then you stick to that, and you have a new name, and your kids go to a new school, and you don't talk about it. And then
Can you like basically just like Amazon and Uber Eats everything and just stay at your existing or near your existing place almost?
well, if somebody's out to get you, it doesn't happen as much anymore. But in the days of the mafia, it was very common. You would get a mafia whistleblower, and they would have to take that person and their family. And many times they were moved to the West Coast because a lot of that mafia shit was on the East Coast, and there would just be some random cities where they would say, okay, you're going to live in this house, you don't have to buy it, and you're going to get like a stipend every month from the government, so you don't have to work. And if anybody asks you, you say that your grandfather owned a silver mine, and you get a little bit of money from that every month.
Yeah, just think with like modern technology like Amazon and Uber Eats, you don't necessarily need like. Do those people would they they'd still go to like the witness protection grocery store place?
Well, so as I understand it, like there are a couple cities like this. I've been like they don't say it and they don't publish it. So this is really me just reaching, but the argument is that they um, like basically there were some cities that were created specifically. I know the ones in California, perhaps one is maybe called Barstow, one is maybe called Hemet. Um, they're way outside. They're like of LA or like the more populated areas. And there are sections of this that were just established for like people if they needed by the FBI if they needed to be in the witness protection program. And then Simi Valley is another weird one. And the thing with Elvis was a federal sworn officer. There's a picture of him with Richard Nixon in the Oval Office when he got his badge and he got his gun. And this is a very interesting thing. Like in today's day and age, you would never be able to be in the same room with the president and you have a gun. But back then, you could if you were Elvis. And Elvis was a DEA agent, and he basically would work on as an undercover agent, um, busting narcotics people. And so he had an out. Like they could say, like, "Hey, he died," and then he could live his life somewhere else. Now, there's not a lot of evidence for this, but more than just like he's dead. Like there's something to this. There's a phrase, that dog doesn't hunt, that basically is like if there isn't a trail to something, but then there's the opposite phrase, like that dog hunts, like there's something there.
A what dog? What dog doesn't hunt?
Like it's just a phrase I've heard in Americana. Like if there is a if there's like
What's the phrase?
that dog hunts.
Dead dog?
No, no, it's that dog hunts or that dog doesn't hunt. So basically, when you say that dog doesn't hunt, it's basically saying like there's no credibility to that theory. there's another phrase that I've heard in Americana. There's a there there. There's a there there. What does that mean? It means like I don't know what certain people did on that island, but there's a there there. There's something to that. There's something weird going on there. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. All right, let's restart if we can, or
Keep
not restart.
talking about Elvis because I'm taking my dog out for a quick whiz.
Oh, okay, excellent. I will. I have to use the restroom though myself, so I'll be right back.
No. That was a big whiz. He called it. Damn. That was a big whiz. Giant. You're, yeah, yeah.
Yo. Were you talking to me?
Yeah. One thing that I just think about, like, I mean, this kid's, or, yeah, what, talk about Elvis in a minute, but
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
an interesting one.
that kid that was, like, getting the payout or whatever, he was, like, one of, like, whatever, tons of children that were around Michael Jackson. And obviously there's, like, financial incentive, but, like, you'd think that if he was doing it, then there'd be, like, it was like a news story. Like, you'd think that, I don't know, other people would come out of the woodworks, and I'm sure they did to some degree.
Well, the big one to me
as
would have
well,
been
but,
his best friend,
uh,
Macaulay Culkin. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
one second, I'm going into the shaft of the elevator.
Okay. Damn.
My friend was in an elevator today at a hotel, and he was like, "Oh, I'm in the elevator," and I was like, "Oh, you're in the shaft of the building?" And then apparently I was on like speakerphone, and like some other people were in the elevator, and they started like giggling.
There you go. Have you ever been stuck in an elevator?
No, but my brother's hockey team did when they like crammed like 13 of them into the elevator, and they all, and for whatever reason it got stuck, and then they're like, "Oh shit, we're like running out of air. There's like no air in here," and they're like all freaking the fuck out.
I've been stuck in an elevator, and the fire department had to get me out.
What happened?
I was managing a facility, and I was managing a bunch of facilities, and
What does
the
that mean?
like you ensure that the building has like what it needs from a environmental services standpoint. Like it was a special kind of building that had was built. It's called LEED. I don't know if that's a thing in Canada. I think it is. Do you have LEED, silver, gold, platinum buildings?
It's not lead.
No, it's LEED. it's like an environmental certification for buildings. Anyway,
Okay.
I was in this building, and uh, like one of the environmental um, employees was with me, and um, like basically like we were holding the door open for each other, and um, the like buzzer for the elevator like was uh, like going off, like basically saying the door had to close. And so we got in, and it wasn't like a super big building; it was like 4 floors, and went to go to the next floor, and that holding the door open that long, uh, like hit some kind of switch in the elevator, and so I was in an elevator with this person for um, like basically what felt like an hour. We called. There's like a phone in the elevator, and we called, and it like connected to the fire department, and then the fire department came and opened the elevator, and then we got out. I mean, there wasn't really that much to it, but it was like, in my opinion, the elevator shouldn't do that. Like, you should be able to hold the doors open if you need to, and it shouldn't have like an automatic lockout. But there was some kind of feature that it did. Anyway, that's it. I mean, we didn't feel like
that is
we didn't feel like we
that
were
is a weird feature.
yeah, we didn't feel like we were running out of air or anything, but it was um, kind of funny that uh, just being in this elevator with this person. And like, what do you talk
Yeah,
about? What do you talk about? Like, she was a
being
young
trapped in the oven.
a young blonde, like very pretty woman, um, and I was like, I had like shit to do, and so I remember just being like, open the effing. Like, I wasn't yelling that, but in thinking in my head, just can they open the doors or whatever? And you just run out of stuff to talk about. Like, it's just awkward, is what I'm trying to say. It reminds me of this episode of Friends where Chandler gets stuck in an ATM lobby with a like a um, like some model or something, and it has all this internal dialogue that he has, and it's like, do I offer this person gum? Do I ask if she has gum? Like, there's just all this internal monologue that goes on when you're just, it's dead silent and you just don't know what to do. But anyway, the fire department got us out, and that was the end of that. All right, are you out of the shaft?
I've seen this video. Yeah, I'm out of the shaft. I've seen this video on like Twitter or something, and it was like so horrifying. It was real too. It was like these people are caught. They're stuck in an elevator, but but there's for somehow water up to like they're like almost near like their shoulders. Like the water is like upper chest, and these people are like recording in the elevator. Like, we're gonna die in here. We're gonna drown alive in the elevator right now. And I just could not believe it. It was a nightmare scenario.
Totally. Yeah.
And there's also some elevator. I think when I went to Disney World when I was like 6, there's some ride there that I didn't go on. I think probably too scared to go on it because it was called like elevator dropper.
I know what one you're talking about. It was a Hitchcock. It was like the haunted. It was not the Haunted Mansion, but I know what one you're talking about.
Isn't it like an elevator?
Yeah, you like stack into an elevator and it has a drop.
Yeah, that seems like a nightmare.
Oh, yeah. Let me see what the name of that one is. I remember when I went there. It's on like a hill, and there aren't many hills in Florida. I think it's called the Tower of Terror.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
That
Yeah,
sounds right.
I know what one you're talking about. Yeah, that always freaked me out. Um,
Did you do it?
no, I was too young. I I would I was weird when it came to roller coasters and stuff. I would want to do it, but then I get to the like we'd start to wait in line, and I would get scared, and I'd want to leave, and then, like I would just have this overwhelming amount of terror that would fill me because I would hear all the people screaming, and I'd be like, "Why the fuck do I want to go and scare myself like that?"
I mean, it feels good. After the roller coaster's over, it feels awesome. It's like a adrenaline rush, I guess.
Yeah, no, I didn't realize that, or I didn't know that, and I my parents were not like super big into roller coasters or anything. My mom always preferred to shop. My mom likes to shop, and so she would want to go shopping instead of doing that kind of stuff. And my dad, um, he liked what's going on here. He would do them, but uh, I just didn't necessarily want to. Like I'd hear all these people screaming, and so I remember looking at the Tower of Terror, and my parents were like, "Do you want to do it?" And it was getting later in the day, and my dad went and checked the wait time, and it was like 3 hours. It was a long time, I remember, and it was like, "We're not going to wait 3 hours for that."
Yeah, no.
And this was before the days of Fast Pass or anything like that. There was none. You would go and you'd wait in line for like 2 hours for every ride. And I don't know. I guess like they let more people into the park back then, so they had like every ride was like a really long wait. Anyway, let's talk about Elvis for a second. Um, so this is a fascinating one to me. Elvis died, I believe, in like 1977 or something, like August 7th, 1977, or August 8th, 1977, something like that. Now I have to look it up. Um, and there were always jokes about he died August 18th, 1977. There were always
that guy confirmed was a kid diddler, right?
Elvis.
Yeah, he married like a 12-year-old.
Yeah, now that's an interesting one because it was never seen that way, ever. Like that's a recent phenomenon. Nobody considered Elvis and Priscilla Presley to be an inappropriate relationship. Even though he groomed her and all that, that wasn't a term. Grooming is only a term for the last 10 years or 15 years.
Yeah, that predatory behavior must have been around still back then, and people would have known it's not appropriate. Not
necessarily.
For whatever reason,
Not necessarily. The laws that are on the books currently that talk about like what relationships you can be in or whatever. Many of them are modern, and so sometimes you could get married like, especially in other countries, at really young ages, or they didn't have laws on the books. And with Elvis, he met Priscilla and said that she was the prettiest girl that he'd ever seen, and she was the daughter of a service member in Germany. She's actually from Germany, and Elvis was stationed in Germany during uh, like early Vietnam, I believe, and they, I think he met her at like 13 or whatever, and courted her, and then eventually like 15. But I think in like some places that was legal. Let me look it up.
Is that like a loophole or something? Just get married in the country where it's they marry people when they're 13?
Yeah, that is a loophole. So they got married May 1st, 1967, in an 8-minute civil ceremony held at the Aladdin Hotel in Las Vegas. The couple's relationship began in 1959 when Priscilla was 14 and Elvis was 24, which was more normal back then. I'm not saying it was completely normal, but they were both young people. Um, Now, what they say is their wedding night was the first time the couple had sexual relations, though they had been intimate in other ways prior to the marriage. And um, the wedding was arranged partly by Elvis's manager, Colonel Tom Parker. That's the guy who, like, ran away from. His real name is something else, and ran away from um, uh, Denmark because he killed somebody. Um, and it to mitigate potential public fallout, and was followed by a press conference and a $10,000 breakfast reception. So I guess there might have been some potential public fallout, but it was not seen as that. I mean, maybe it was, but no one ever talked about Elvis being like uh, into children. That was just not a thing. It's like he had every woman from ages 10 to 40 who wanted to fuck him from like 1957 until 1975. He was an icon. Um, and and the women that he did cheat on Priscilla with were all like his co-stars in movies, and they were um, all adult women. So when you say, isn't he confirmed to be like a child predator or whatever? Nobody saw Elvis that way. I don't see Elvis that way. It was a different time. The thing that changed all that child predator kind of discussion, in my opinion, was a television show To Catch a Predator. That's where it came out like, hey, you're not allowed to go after young children, and if you do, we're going to put you on television for it. Um, the Michael Jackson thing, that was certainly um, a realistic. That was certainly a reality, but that was an exception. That was like a grown man going after like under 10-year-old children. What we're talking about more is like the whole grooming and all of that kind of stuff. That's a phenomenon of the last 20 years. Um, like there was a there was like let's just look at the laws. Yo, dog, what are the laws about? Like a lot of them in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, even you could be as young as like what 13 years old in the United States and be in a relationship or something. It's something like that. Okay, there were no specific federal or state laws in the 1950s, 60s, or 70s that regulated the age at which a person could be in a romantic relationship in the United States. And these laws have not changed regarding this specific issue. Okay, so we're talking about marriage. So maybe I have to put marriage, not relationship. There's no evidence provided in this.
It was a different time.
Yeah, but hold on a second. In the United States, the legal age to marry or engage in consensual sexual relationships varied significantly by state, but 14 to 16 years old was the common age of consent for sexual activity, and some states allowed marriage as young as 13 or 14 with parental consent. And as I understand, Elvis did have parental consent with Priscilla's family. Now, he was the biggest pop star in the world, so there were good reasons for it. But you have to understand, Riser, not people didn't live as long as they do today. So you had to, like the average age in the 1950s of an individual in the United States was like 50, 60 years old. It wasn't 70 or 80 years old like it is today. So people got started younger. Okay, but really quickly on the Elvis thing, it's really a documentary that I saw that totally changed my view of the whole Elvis thing. For many years, I thought, okay, Elvis died August 18th, 1977, right before he was supposed to go on tour. And there's this big joke that was told about it for many, many years, that Elvis died on the toilet. And that was always like the joke, like, oh, how could anybody ever die on the toilet or whatever? Now, if you really go into the story of his final hours, he was in Memphis and he liked to play racquetball, and he would play racquetball at like weird hours of the day. He would like sleep all day and be up all night, and he was Elvis, so he could get like any kind of medical attention that he wanted. And he went and he saw his dentist or something, and he was living with some other woman aside from not Priscilla, and he basically allegedly died on the toilet. Now, that was always the story that was put out there. Then I saw this other documentary, which would only later be known as a mockumentary, but it opened up a bunch of different things in my mind to the point where I became a little obsessed about this story for a short period of my life. Um, so the idea was that Elvis, this is true, he worked as a federal agent for the Drug Enforcement Agency, the DEA. He was a sworn officer of the United States government. There are pictures of him with his badge in the Oval Office with the president, and his role was basically to blow the whistle on people who were smuggling drugs in the United States. And even though he and his friends were taking drugs themselves, a lot of them, they were taking like prescription medications generally. They weren't taking like they weren't smoking weed or anything like that. And basically the thought was, if we can get Elvis as a member of like the government, he's going to be able to tell us everybody who's doing everything because everyone wants to be around him. And that was the thought of the government. All right, so
Right.
he ends up
The ultimate narc.
exactly. So he ends up scheduling. He was going to go on this world tour, starting on like leaving on like August 19th, 1977, and he ends up dying. Okay, that's the story that's told. But then I saw this documentary, which is supposedly a mockumentary, but there's a lot of evidence in it where they have this guy who is supposed to be Elvis, and he's under like a shadow, like Bob Lazar style, so you can't really see his face. And he does an interview and says what happened afterward, and he basically said that um, he moved to he. So this was the thing. Elvis always used um, um, what do you call it? Like different names, pseudonyms, because he was Elvis. And if he would go and check in at a hotel, everybody would know that Elvis was there, and they would just storm the place. And so he would use these different names. One was, I forget, something like Bridges or something. Anyway, he would end up basically using one of those pseudonyms after his death or whatever. He got out. He had some driver take him somewhere else, and then he flew to like South America for a few weeks or something, or like the Caribbean or something, while everything blew over. And then his home, called Graceland, became a tourist destination. And there were people who actually have pictures of them at Graceland where they have pictures of somebody who looks just like Elvis in the backyard. And there were all these rumors. And throughout the 80s and 90s, whenever you saw any of the like National Enquirer or the Star or whatever like the tabloids were, it was always on the front cover, Elvis is still alive. And that would sell a lot of papers. And like there was this rumor that Elvis was living, like had bought like a chain of Burger Kings and was like managing Burger Kings or whatever. And there were people who saw Elvis at Burger King allegedly, and this would be in like the newspaper, and it would be on television and stuff. And it turned out that perhaps some of that wasn't all that fake. Like basically, anyway, so Elvis ended up allegedly. I'm not saying this is true. This was one documentary that I've seen that opened my mind to like maybe something happened there where um basically Elvis got with his money people and they told him, look, you're worth more money dead than alive. You just did a tour of like a Las Vegas residency and all these things, but you're getting old and people are saying that you're fat and you're losing money. But if you die, you're going to have a huge estate, and that estate is going to live on through merchandise and all kinds of other stuff. You're going to be like a legend up there with the biggest legends of history. And Elvis was like, okay. So basically snuck out, allegedly, whatever. And then his estate did become the largest estate in the world, um, at least when it came to merchandise sales. It was always bigger than James Dean and Marilyn Monroe and like even Michael Jackson at points, like though that came later. Perhaps Michael Jackson because of the 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 um, the closeness of his death has maybe surpassed it, but I don't think so. Elvis is still, I think, the top one, which means the Elvis estate makes a lot of money. And in this documentary, it basically shows Elvis living just a normal life in Simi Valley, California. And um, I don't know what to believe in it because it does say that it's a mockumentary, but that only came about later on. And it's very easy, Riser. Like, let me put it this way. Let's say you put out a really good documentary and it gets really popular, such that you start to be a target as the maker of the documentary. The best way to get the heat off of you is just to say it was a mockumentary, that it's not real. And then everybody kind of moves away from it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, take the heat off.
Exactly. And then there was an interview of Priscilla Presley on Oprah Winfrey, and she accidentally lets out that like I was just talking to Elvis the other day, and she accidentally says that, and it's they don't go into it, but it was like just like really weird. There were pictures of Elvis. Uh, there's a big one that nobody's able to understand. Going back to Home Alone, there's an uncredited actor in Home Alone that looks just like Elvis. And apparently Elvis would like make these cameos in movies, whether or not it's true. It looks just like Elvis. It looks exactly how Elvis would have looked in the 90s.
Like after his death?
Yeah, Google it. Just Google Elvis Home Alone.
Yeah.
That's all you have to do, and it'll show up. I'll look at it alongside you. It's in the scene where Catherine O'Hara, the mom, that redheaded lady, she's like trying to get a ticket to back to their house.
Yeah. No, I see the photo. Yeah, who do they claim as the actor?
It's never been said who it is. So anyway, I don't know. I'm just saying that like the way that I've lived my life, if you tell me something has to be true because everybody
That guy looks pretty skinny to be Elvis.
Yeah, I mean, not really. If you saw Elvis in his final days, he kind of looked like that. If anything, I would say that guy looks fatter than Elvis normally. But the story with the thing is, and I've just kind of been like this. If you tell me something is debunked and something is decided, and the science is clear or whatever, I'm gonna have doubts because it's like you're forcing me to believe something. It's like the allegory of the cave when everybody's saying, "Look at the wall of the cave. This is what we believe." It causes me more and more to want to look backwards. And the same story happens with Paul McCartney and his death in 1967. And there's a lot of credible evidence to that one.
Then there's a whole Wikipedia page on Elvis Presley death conspiracy.
So if there's a whole page dedicated to these theories, again, there may be a there. There isn't a page dedicated to Elvis having lived at the North Pole, right?
No.
No, or the South Pole. Because there's no evidence of that. But there is evidence, maybe, that his last time on Earth was not August 18th, 1977. And so I became a little obsessed with this documentary, and I was searching for his house. I looked all over on Google Maps for like a few days straight of trying to figure out which house was Elvis's allegedly in Simi Valley, because I wanted to go there and I wanted to knock on the door and see what was going on, but I could never place it. And I just was never sure which one was which, so I never went there. I was looking on Google Maps. Like, Simi Valley is not that big, and it's basically a valley that's just filled with perfect little houses. Everything is very Stafford wife like where everybody has the same house, everybody works for the same place. Like, again, there are huge amounts of police who from this city. The reason why is it's very expensive to live in Los Angeles proper, and um, police officers sometimes don't have the same amount of money as some kind of entertainment executive or whatever, so they have to live a little further out, and that's why many of them started living in Simi Valley. Santa Clarita is another place where this is discussed. So anyway, I'm ready when you are to continue.
You know where the phrase Elvis has left the building comes from?
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, where after his shows, one in particular, everybody wanted more and more of him, and to get people to clear out, there was an announcer that said that over the PA system, the public address system, and then just to get people to leave. But what is it more than that?
Yeah, no, that's basically it. You get full trivia points.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
From the 1956 Louisiana Hayride concert.
There you go.
All right, let's resume the Michael.
Okay. Before we do, so perhaps just planting a seed in your mind, we should go down the Elvis and the Paul McCartney routes, because at least the Paul McCartney route, there's a lot of evidence for that.
Yeah, no, I love. I'm fascinated by fake people faking their own death stories.
Oh, yeah, and let's talk about that for a second. Just one moment. I've always said this. We hear about people faking their deaths in fiction and movies and stuff, right? But never once has it actually become credible that somebody actually did do this. I don't want to say one. Maybe it has, but the idea of it is like too big. It would break too many people's understanding. Like, they could have been lied to. So, like, that's just never been publicly addressed. But you're telling me that over the course of the 20th century, nobody ever faked their death? I'm sure people have. Now, they might say,
some people have been caught getting doing insurance fraud, but they haven't been, like, I don't know, perhaps not like major celebrities.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So you're telling me that none of the major celebrities, of any of them, ever faked their death, even though they were known to use pseudonyms, even though they were known to use disguises. Not one time did it ever happen. I'm just skeptical of that.
Joe Rogan has a good quote on that because he said something along the lines of like, well, we'll never know if someone truly like faked their own death successfully. Like you can never prove that someone faked their own death successfully.
But you can.
Because
you can.
No, well, then it isn't a success. If you find out, then it's an unsuccessful discovery.
No, I mean, I think it still is. You could fake your death, go move somewhere else, live your life, and then die natural causes, and then it gets found out about. That's a successful faking of a death.
I mean, I'm just saying what Joe Rogan was saying, and I think the point is just that, yeah, if we're assuming that the definition of successful fake death is that no one ever finds out, then by definition, people finding out means it's unsuccessful.
I get what you're saying, but then the argument could be said that there's something along the lines, like to broaden that argument, there has never been a successful secret or something like that. Because,
yeah, I mean,
right?
Same.
It's like
same
it's paradoxical.
In a way, yeah. You'll have to take that up with Joe Rogan.
Maybe I'm ready to right now.
Also, some guy said that like it's gonna be like basically impossible to fake your own death because of all the digital fingerprinting and stuff that exists today.
I disagree with that. If you want to, especially if you're in intelligence, it's very easy to fake your death, and it's done. Like basically, if you have the clandestine organizations on your team, it's really easy to have them cover for you. And then whenever anybody says anything about you faked your death, then they just come out and call you all kinds of names. Think about that article that I wrote about all the things that they call you. You know, the ist and anti and all that garbage. That's just what happens. It's ad hominem attacks.
Yeah. Just, yeah.
They call you a disinformation agent.
Michael Jackson time.
Absolutely.
Dass er jetzt eben die Nummer 1 im Pop-Business gewesen wäre. Vor diesem Vater hat er Angst gehabt. Auf der anderen Seite hat er immer die Liebe seines Vaters gesucht. Und derselbe Vater hat sich über sein Gesicht, über seine Akne, über seine Nase mokiert. Und er wollte dem Vater gefallen. Man würde sagen, eigentlich perverserweise oder paradoxerweise, weil er hat ja Angst gehabt, er hat die Liebe des Vaters nie bekommen. Und diese Liebe läuft der zeitlebens hinterher. Und was er jetzt macht, ist, dass er Kinder um sich sammelt, selber Kinder haben will, um eigentlich diesen Kindern Vater zu sein. Er ist also Kind und Vater in einer Person. Und das, was er mit den Kindern macht, macht er eigentlich mit sich selber. Also im Herzen eigentlich ein ganz reiner, ein ganz guter, ein ganz gutmütiger, ein ganz naiver Mensch. Someone who is always trying to dispute that notion is a man named Chip Mente. Chip Mente to this day believes that Michael Jackson does fit the profile of a pedophile, and that Michael Jackson did have child porn that never did. They also found images that I think they were of a photo shoot with Michael Jackson's nephew, Taj, that he was still a teenager. And there's a picture that's on the internet that it's a picture of Michael. You see that? Oh, yes. So there are pictures in this series where he's actually grabbing that cloth and trying to rip it off and laughing and joking and trying to get him naked. And he's virtually naked in this picture. This is his nephew.
70-year-old man. And why is he posing in a picture where Michael's shirt is open, exposing his chest, and this kid's chest? I mean, he's basically naked. His body is basically naked. He's got no underwear on, right next to Michael Jackson. I mean, it's disgusting. My name is Todd Jackson. I know it's not going to put the rest, but I hope that it will put the rest because these pictures have been circulating. Pictures are annoying that they're circulating. You know, we sued one of the tabloids because it said that we were child pornography, and we had them retract that because that's not what they wrote in the single tabloid. Why? Like too saccharine, and we wanted to have some edge, something to us. It's frustrating because this is what they do all the time in this way. Luckily, I was involved in it. This was my younger brother, TJ. If he was here, he'd be even probably more upset than I am right now. Like, it's implied that TJ was very I was uncomfortable taking off my shirt and trying to stay off my shirt. It was never like he said, no, you take off your shirt. It was whatever we wanted to do because we wanted to do that. And it worked. People are talking about it. They're trying to dirty it. But it wasn't. Mention that Mike was laughing at that. But we were joking. For us, we wanted to do something edgy. But we always thought we were that edgy. We laughed and we were around that. And so that's so that there was no tension. You're not seeing our faces like we don't want to do this or whatever because we were pushing everything. It makes it grow, to be honest. Just because that's what it is a great memory for me and to hear someone trying to read us in that way. Because we were trying to twist it as if my uncle came and said, hey, I'm going to start ripping off clothes. That's as far as the
Chandler, and June Chandler, originally June Wan, had a child named Jordan Chandler who turned out to be the first alleged victim. June Chandler, before Devin Chandler, married a man named David Schwartz. Sorry, can you tell me about Devin Chandler?
So, David Chandler was born in New York. He was born in Chalmers, but he wanted a career as a screenwriter. So he moved to California and changed his name from Chalmers to Chandler because he thought Chalmers was too Jewish sounding. He became a dentist, but he didn't really enjoy it, and he also was not very good at it. And he was censored by the regulatory board for shoddy work. He had a very kind of brief career as a screenwriter. He got screenwriting credit actually around 1993 on the film Robin Hood and Inside the Mel Brooks song. Michael Jackson is in Los Angeles with some of his team, and they're driving along walking along Beverly Hills, and the car breaks down. There's a lady in the area who sees Michael Jackson stranded by the side of the road, calls her husband, who works in a business called Rent-A-Wreck, which is a car rental business. And Rent-A-Wreck is owned by Dave Schwartz, and so Dave Schwartz calls his wife June because he knows that Jordan Chandler was a massive Michael Jackson fan. There was one employee at Rent-A-Wreck who said that when June arrived, she was kind of forcing Jordy on Michael Jackson, almost like trying to emotionally blackmail him. So that's how the numbers got exchanged, and they ended up staying in touch.
So, a friendship developed between Michael Jackson and the Chandler family, including Evan Chandler. During this period, Michael Jackson would have stayovers at their house. They would come over and sleep over at Michael Jackson's house. Where is Evan Chandler during this period of time?
Evan Chandler was pretty much an absent father. He owed almost $70,000 in unpaid child support, and he had been rowing with June about how infrequently he was seeing his son. She was trying to get Evan to take Jordan more often, and he was refusing. He had his own new family. A bit like June did, he remarried and had kids with another lady. And they were struggling to get Evan to engage with Jordan. It was not until he discovered that his son was now friends with Michael Jackson that he suddenly became interested in seeing him again.
And that's how it leads to May of 1993. That is when Michael Jackson first meets Evan Chandler.
They seem to be getting along quite well, and Evan even at one point asked him to build an extra wing onto the house so that he could come and stay with his son. And then when that idea didn't work, he said, well, I've got a better idea when we just build me a new house. And then that didn't happen either. June dropped the bombshell that she and Jordy were thinking of going on tour with Michael. And then Evan, who previously had been an absent father who wasn't paying his child support, wasn't really interested in seeing his son, all of a sudden became enraged about the idea that Jordan would be out of the country for a few months. And that was when the relationship took a dramatic turn towards the negative. What had happened was Evan had begun making strange comments of threats to June and Dave and Jordy about Michael that he was going to make. Allegations he was behaving so erratically that they feared he was going to do something crazy. So the next time they spoke to him on the phone, they tape recorded him. He's talking about how he's furious that Michael stopped phoning him and stopped taking his calls, and how Michael has stolen his ex-wife, torn the family.
I mean, my mind exploded when I found out who he was, and I definitely told him how he was nice to me. I didn't confront him though, because at that point in time, I knew that I believed in myself, but the fact of the matter is I didn't know. And if there was even like one shred of doubt, I didn't want to risk reaching out to somebody who was potentially a victim. And remember, at that point in time, Jordan Family was the only accuser, and the media certainly wasn't focused on it. They were more focused on, Michael Jackson's bounty release, and what's flattering. But his own music. He would describe it as pop R&B, like Michael Jackson. I remember that he said it many times, very clearly. Doors. Yeah, that was really interesting.